Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
हेलो 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 ठीक है ओके
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Yes. इधर पानी कहीं पर हम रख देंगे.
अरे ये वापस से करो ना.
Hello. Hello. Stage mine. It's not working.
ऑफ हो गया.
Hello. फोन आप अपना पॉकेट में रख लो, आपको कॉल आएगा तो लग जाएगा. Good morning to all. A warm welcome to the temple city of Odisha, the land of Lord Jagannath. Recent advancement in materials and manufacturing, RAMM-2023, welcomes all of you. Organized by CIPET IPT-Bhubaneswar and supported by Department of Science and Technology and SCRB. Soon we will be starting as our chief guest is arriving. Development and Technical Education Department, Commerce and Transport Department. Again.
Hello. Hello.
Please join me to welcome our chief guest, Srimati Usha Padhi, IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, Skill Development and Technical Education Department, Commerce and Transport Department, Government of Odisha. Now I request all the guests of honors to kindly come forward and take a place on the dais. I repeat, Professor Ashok Kumar Ganguly, Director, IISER Barampur, Dr. Sanghamitra Patti, Director and Scientist, ICMR RMRC Bhubaneswar, Dr. P.P. Mohanty, Director, SV Nirtar, Olatpur Cuttack, Professor P.R. Bhabia, Director, ICT IOC, Odisha Campus Bhubaneswar. Sri P.K. Sahu, Principal Director and Head, CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar. Professor Dr. C.C. Sinha, Director General, CIPET, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizer, Government of India. Our Chief Patron. It's our pleasure that the winter is knocking the door and the wind from Bay of Bengal is writing script of new day. And we all gathered here to exchange the knowledge, ideas, finding and many cutting-edge discussion under one roof. In the event, recent advancement in materials and manufacturing RAMM-2023, organized by CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar and supported by Science and Technology and serve. So before proceeding the program further, I would like to invite the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and all the individuals present here to join us in honoring our country by standing together for national anthem. The lighting of lamp is a tradition that signifies the triumph of light over darkness and knowledge over ignorance. To commence this event on a divine note, we will be lighting the ceremonial lamp, a symbol of enlightenment and prosperity. I request our chief guest and guest of honors to kindly come forward and do us the honor of lighting the lamp, signifying the illumination of our minds and the beginning of this enlightenment journey. Now I would request Sri P.K. Sahu, Principal Director and Head, CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar, to welcome Srimati Usha Padhi, IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, Skill Development and Technical Education Departments, Commerce and Transport Department, Government of Odisha, with saplings and butterias. Now I invite Dr. P.S.C. Krishnan, Principal Director, TSS and BD, CIPET, Head Office Chennai, to welcome Professor Ashok Kumar Ganguly, Director, IISER Barampur, with sapling and butterias. Thank you. I request Dr. Smita Mahanti ma'am, Director and Head Principal Scientist, CIPET SAR Plarpam Bhubaneswar, to welcome Dr. Sanghamitra Pati, Director and Scientist, ICMR RMRC Bhubaneswar, with sapling and butterias. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to request Dr. P.C. Padhi, Principal, CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar, to welcome Dr. P.P. Mohanty, Director, SV Nirtar, Ulatpur, Cuttack, with sampling and butterias. Thank you. I request Sri B.P. Patra, Director and Head, CIPET CSTS Bhubaneswar, to welcome Professor P.R. Bhabya, Director, ICT IOC Odisha Campus Bhubaneswar, with saplings and butterias. Thank you. I would like to request Sri P.K. Sahu, Principal Director and Head, CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar, to welcome Professor Sisir Sinha, Director General, CIPET, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Thank you. Now I invite Sri K.K. Mahapatra, Director and Head, CIPET CSTS Balasore, to welcome Sri Pramod Kumar Sahu sir, Principal Director and Head, CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar. Thank you. Now I would like to request Sri P.K. Sahu, Principal Director and Head, CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar, to give the welcome address.
A very hearty morning to everyone present here. On behalf of CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar, it is my pleasure to welcome our chief guest, respected Madam Srimati Usha Padhi, IAS Principal Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education Department, Government of Odisha. We are very proud to have you, Madam, here. I welcome Professor Dr. C.C. Sinha, our Director General CIPET, whose inspiration and guidance motivated us to organize this conference. Welcome you, sir. I welcome our guest of honors, Professor Ashok Kumar Ganguly, Director, IPT-Bhubaneswar. Welcome you, sir. I welcome Professor Bansidhar Maji, Vice Chancellor, VSSUT, Burla, who is joining online to bless these occasions. Dr. Sanghamitra Pati, Director and Scientist G, ICMR, RMRC, Bhubaneswar. We welcome you here, madam. I welcome Dr. P.P. Mahanti, Director, Swami Vivekananda National Institute Rehabilitation Training and Research, NETAR, Oltapur, Cuttack. Welcome you, sir. I welcome Professor P.R. Bhavia, Director, ICT, IOC, Bhubaneswar. We will welcome you here, sir. All my officers, staffs, faculties, research scholars, students of CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar and organizing committee, invited speakers, industry representatives, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. With great pleasure, I welcome you all to the National Conference on Recent Advancement in Materials and Manufacturing RAMM-2023 from 2nd and 3rd November 2023 at CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar. I am sure that this national conference will be very promising platform for researchers, professionals, academicians, scientists, and industry professionals to exchange their ideas, knowledge, and research outcomes in the field of material science and manufacturing engineering. The event theme is to promote the growth and development of engineered materials for next generation by identifying and providing cutting-edge solutions in manufacturing technologies and new product development. In this conference, we are proud to announce that we have 2 plenary lectures, 4 keynote lectures, 23 oral offline lectures, 16 oral online lectures, 6 online posters, 10 offline posters, and 45 industry delegates. I would like to thank to distinguished participants and all who have contributed papers to this conference. I wish all of us happy deliberations in this important conference. I thank our organizing team, especially Dr. P.C. Padhi, our principal, Mr. B.P. Patra, Head Campus 2, Mr. Khitin Mahapatra, Head CIPET Baleshwar, Dr. Smita Mahanti, Head LARPAM, Mr. Ashwini Mahapatra, Dean IPT, Mr. Satish Mohini and Mr. Jain Das, and all sponsors and advertisers of their unstinted support towards the success of this conference, RAM 2023. I wish the conference all success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I welcome our next guest of honor. Join us with online mode, Professor Bansidhar Maji, Vice Chancellor, Bir Surendra Sai, University of Technology, Government of India, Government of Odisha, on online mode.
Very good morning to all of you. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, Chief Guest Dr. Padhi, Srimati Padhi, our Principal Secretary, SDT Department, Chief Patron, Professor Sinha, Director CIPET, Guest of Honors, Professor Ganguly, Professor Pati, Dr. Mahanti, Professor Ravia, esteemed research scholars, faculty of CIPET, and the delegates to this particular conference, National Conference on Recent Advancement in Materials and Manufacturing. It's a pleasure to be a part of this particular event. Even though my specialization is computer science and work in AI and machine learning, but I had an opportunity to work in IIIT DM Kanchipuram, Chennai, which has got design manufacturing flavor and also a great flavor in the mechanical sciences. In fact, during that time also we had a great collaborations with CIPET Chennai, the head office, and we were working very strongly on the materials side. In fact, as you see, these advanced materials are being used in many diverse applications in aerospace, marine, automotive, medical, energy, or any kind of recreation materials. Besides improving the performance and saving weight, these materials provide the designer with the ability to tailor the mechanical and the thermal properties of the structure. Recent advancement in modeling, design, machining, characterization of engineering materials are important aspects of all different aspects, different industries. And to fulfill the demands of the industry, there are a lot of research going on to work on the lightweight to strength ratio, stiffness, corrosion resistance, machinability, biofriendliness, and other things. In fact, I was being part of the AAA DDM, I was working with St. Gobain. They were talking about smart glasses, like the smart light control, or you talk about when there will be a pollution level increasing, automatically the glass properties will be changing so that the pollution should not enter into the room. So this kind of activities or this kind of things are happening. AI and machine learning are also getting introduced into the materials development or materials characteristics. Coming back to the production technology or the manufacturing technology, smart manufacturing is one of the call of the day. 3D printing, 3D scanning, industrial robots are the present demands in the industry. And machining of the laser machining, drilling, abrasive jet machinings are many work what is happening presently. Machine or material properties, because these two particular aspects, one is like materials and another is manufacturing, both are supplementing with each other. When we want smart manufacturing, we also want the materials which must be of the proper quality and the most advanced materials. So these areas are very prominent in the present day, and I'm sure this particular conference, which is National Conference, which is a congregation of several researchers, several experts who will be delivering their talk, are congregated at CIPET Bhubaneswar, and it is expected that it will bring these participants who are the budding researchers, and the latest technological developments will be discussed among them. But I will strongly say, when we talk about a conference or a seminar or a symposium, it is not only the one-way deliveries. You are also a part, the delegates are also part of the system, and they should very proactively interact, not only to understand what is the recent technological advancement, also correlate with their own research, so that subsequently their directions of research will be more qualitative. With this note, in fact, I am thankful to CIPET Bhubaneswar, with whom we have also a collaboration, a MOU signed with them, and we are working together. And I'm thankful to the organizing committee to make me a part of this particular conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your knowledge and ideas with us. That means a lot to us. It is with great pleasure and honor that we extend a warm welcome to an esteemed personality among us today. It is our great privilege to have her presence as chief guest. So now I welcome Srimati Usha Padhi, chief guest, Principal Secretary to Government Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha, to share her address to us.
Samastanku namaskar. Distinguished panelists on the dais, Professor Sinha, Dr. Mohanty, Professor Ganguly, Dr. Pati, then Professor Wavia, Professor Maji, who has joined virtually, and all the faculty, students who are here and who have joined us virtually. Good morning to everyone, and indeed I am very delighted to be here. I regret for coming a bit delayed, but that will be compensated by shortening my speech actually. The event, when I got the invitation, I was in a fix whether how to tell no to them, because there was also a chief secretary's meeting which was coming in, but I think they preponed the program, they have tried to accommodate, for which I am really honored. But for CIPET, saying no is a big problem for me, because I have a deep, deep respect for the organization. It's not just because I wear the hat of skill development and I see what they are doing, but it is also about their potential and the way they have contributed in building this nation. When we recognize some Navratnas as some PSUs, but there are few organizations which have contributed in developing this country. So I think CIPET is one among them. I have this feeling, not now because I am an engineer, I have been seeing CIPET with all the reverence from the beginning. I would not be able to bring any value as an expert because I am novice in this whatever topic which you are talking. What I can bring here on the table is the perspective. Long back, when Dr. Kalam had just retired, we had requested, I was education secretary here, I requested him to come and address our teachers as well as our students. So we did it in Bhubaneswar, we did it in Sambalpur, and we did it in Angul. In Angul, one of the student asked, what is your happiest moment? Or what has been your happiest moment? Or what do you value more in what you do? He did not mention about missile, he did not mention about space or anything what he has done. He said, you know, as in DRDO, we had manufactured some material which was subsequently used for the benefit of the physically challenged people. Niftar director is here. So when I saw that these materials are used for the disabled people, I felt very happy, he said. So that is the perspective. What we are doing, if we just see that, okay, it is only for the growth of the country, or it is only for the, like some manufacturing something which will be used for some purpose or some machine or some activity. So that is very narrow vision or tunnel vision of it. But what all of you have been doing is something which is in the human welfare, or in the welfare of the humankind. This is what the perspective is. The second perspective I would like to give. You know that India has been the developing country, and last Independence Day, Honorable PM made 5 statements in which one of it is India becoming from developing country to developed country. So how we are going to reach there? So how many people or how many countries we can look up to? Very few, because many are born as developed countries because they have ruled the entire globe and they have, I am allowed to say, exploited the other resources and they have become the developed countries. So we can look up to few countries which are actually put their human resources into job and got into the level where they are. Maybe one is South Korea, Singapore of course, but Singapore is a very city nation, so we may not be able to compare. So where they have put their strength. They have put their strength in human development, whether it is a skill, again wearing the hat of the skill development secretary, and also about the manufacturing with cutting edge technology. Where does that cutting edge technology comes in? So all of you are sitting here who are trying to bring something very innovative for the betterment of the nation. So that is what the second context I would like to bring it to your notice. We are growing with almost like a 7%, and it is possible for India to become a developed country by 2047, which we are aspiring to. Today we thought of 5 trillion economy. All of us read. If COVID would have been there, certainly we would have reached that goal. Even without that, we have just crossed 4, we will be reaching, and by 2047 we will be having a 30 trillion economy. It is possible? Yes, it is possible, provided we put our resources where it is required. In one of the sector, I mean, like if we have to lead in the global level, the manufacturing has to reach to the desired level. For that, whatever topic which we are talking today, whether it is a material advancement in material and manufacturing, this is going to play a very, very critical role. One sector which always say that which will take India to the next level is space. Again, the space, whatever space technology is for space today, will become a technology for the people next day. If I check my mobile phone, whether it is an Apple phone, the camera, it is not made for Apple phone. It was made for NASA for something else. It has been utilized here. There are many, many technologies which are used in the space, but subsequently, as Dr. Kalam saw it, it is going to become the technology for the human. Technology which is making their life better, making the society equal and just. Technology is the biggest equalizer, we say. So I only say at this stage, so whatever we have been discussing today, it will be very meaningful, and it is going to really contribute into the knowledge where we would like to derive the benefit for the humankind. The technology, what we are saying earlier, when I was studying, it was only like, if we talk of a composite, yes, you have metals, you alloys, you have ceramics, you have polymers. So it is a combination of everything. You have a lot of engineering characteristics, but you have to make, whether it is for strength or whether it is for the longevity or it is for the toughness or whatever. We used to try some characteristic and bring everything together. I mean, that is what I used to hear from my colleagues. And I worked in aviation for 7 years almost. I don't say I am an expert, but at least I know in and out of it. I don't know whether I have acquired anything, but NAL said that I have to be on board because they valued my whatever contribution to the sector. So there I have seen, I mean, so far India has not developed a single aircraft. I mean, whatever we have been the experiment, the commercial aircraft has not come out of the, whatever we have very premier institutions. And aircraft manufacturing, you know that it is completely a assembling of various composites. If you want to see the wing, it has to be very light, it may be aluminum alloy, but if you come to the turbine, it may not be, because you have to have very high temperature bearing metal, maybe nickel based alloy or something has to be there. So which is very much available in the country. So if we make it more, I mean, like the high-tech based requirement, as per the requirement, work in tandem with all the agencies, we will be able to make a good aircraft, maybe a commercial aircraft. If China can do, certainly we can do. I mean, in no way we are less. So this is where the knowledge, discussion, sharing, working in collaboration, all will come. And I'm sure that in today, you have today and tomorrow, or today? Today and tomorrow. So 2 days, it will be very meaningful, and you will be coming out with some good ideas which can be taken it forward. I would also like to share about the state government's collaboration with CIPET. So we will be working with them. I would like to offer one thing, because today when I am coming with a proposal which has been approved recently, which is NUA Odisha, which is about aspirational Odisha. We have a scheme under which already 385 crores initial budget line has been provided. If I am bringing some value, this is also that value for today. Because this scheme we have just announced a month back, Cabinet has approved. It has all the agility and flexibility. It allows the department to take up with any industry, any institutions, whether private or government, to impart the skill to our youth. That means even we can take some organization on nomination basis, and there is no limitation or per candidate cost, because otherwise you go to NSDC or various NSQF approved programs, you have some cost norms and all. Here absolutely there is nothing. So if in this particular sector, because CIPET is trying, and I was just having some chat with the DG, he was saying that they are going into that critical requirement of the country, where the initial material or the what they call input materials are required to be done, especially in the chemical field. So if you want any lab to be set up where our upskilling can happen for our students, please come up with the proposal. We will be able to help. Other than that, I mean, that will take some time. If you want to send maybe 20, 30 students or 30 along with a faculty to somewhere else where you have a best of the best technology already available. Let us say you say that, okay, there is something which is coming in silicon. I mean, like I just read the news that it is Advanced Allies or Advanced Composite, an American company which is coming and investing in Bangalore or something they were saying. So nanotechnology, wherever. So you say that, okay, our student or something, we want to have an exposure visit for a 6 weeks program or 4 weeks program or whatever, which is like manageable by us within the funding. So please tell us, maybe those sponsorship also we can provide, so that you will be able to get the exposure by the exposure before, I mean, like we can come up with our own infrastructure, because it will take some time. So I'll stop here. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. And once again, I wish all the good luck to CIPET for doing all the best, whatever they have been doing. Thank you so much. Vande Utkala Janni.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable and enlightenment words to share with us. Our chief guest, madam, is running with short of time due to her other official meetings. We are very much obliged for her valuable time with us. Now I request our Principal Director and Head, Sri P.K. Sahu sir, to felicitate madam with a memento as a token of remembrance. Now I request our chief guest and other delegates to opening our souvenir. Now I would like to introduce our guest of honor, Professor Ashok Kumar Ganguly, Director, IISER Berhampur. Professor Ashok Kumar Ganguly is a renowned academician and a leader in the field of scientific education. He has been instrumental in shaping the academic landscape of IISER Berhampur, contributing significantly to the growth and development of the institution. With his vast experience and expertise, he has inspired countless students and researchers, leaving an indelible marks on the scientific community. Having Professor Ashok Kumar Ganguly among us is just an honor but also tremendous opportunity for all of us to learn from his wisdom and experience. His dedication to education and research serve as an icon of inspiration for aspiring scholars and researchers. I would like to invite Professor Ashok Kumar Ganguly to address us. Please.
Good morning to everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. So, all distinguished members on the dais and off the dais, and students and faculty. This is my first visit to CIPET here. I joined IISER Berhampur 6 months back from IIT Delhi, and my area is in materials. I work on the interdisciplinary area between chemistry, physics and material science. And it's very wonderful to be part of a meeting on advancement in materials and manufacturing. And as you know, every day new materials are being developed, and same element is being found in different manner. We knew diamond, we know coal, we know graphite, now we know graphene. And there are so many new forms of graphene with wonderful properties, something like twisted graphene, 2 layers of graphene which are twisted. So wonderful things are being made every day, as somebody said, in space, materials, carbon composites and things like that. So there are so many advancements, and I am sure you will have great deliberations. And of course, the other thing is polymers. You all are experts, and this lab is known for development of polymers, and you know so many types of polymers. I worked for DuPont, and I know the building, one full building was doing polymers. They made, you know, nylon was found by DuPont, and that building I worked, his name is Caruthers building. If all of you know, nylon 66 was developed at that time. Of course, now there are so many. DuPont was world renowned in aramids, Kevlar, all the things for bulletproof vests and all were developed by DuPont. So I used to have polymer scientists all around me. I am not a polymer scientist. I'm a hardcore inorganic materials, advanced materials person. But I had a lot of polymer friends and wonderful polymers they used to work on. Something very recently I met somebody who made polymers which he coats under the submarine and under the ships, which he got the idea from the skin of a shark, and he got the idea how to make a polymer which is like an anti-fouling material, does not allow bacterial growth or fungal growth on metal film. So protects the ships and submarines from anti-fouling. So there are great discoveries, great, very important materials in the world every day being investigated, and I think RAMM-2023, you will have a great time. It's very nice, I think, for all of you to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Now I would like to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Sanghamitra Pati, Director and Scientist, Indian Council of Medical Research, RMRC, Bhubaneswar. Someone whose contribution in the field of medical research have been invaluable. Today it's our privilege to invite the distinguished guest who needs no introduction in the realm of medical research. She is a visionary leader, a dedicated scientist, and the director and scientist of ICMR RMRC Bhubaneswar, With her unwavering commitment to the advancing healthcare and improving lives, she has set an inspiring example for us. With great pleasure, I would like to invite her to share her valuable words with us.
First of all, a very warm and good morning to all the distinguished delegates here. Esteemed chief guest of today's occasion, Madam Usha Padi in absentia, Honorable Vice Chancellor of BSSCUT, sir, Professor Ganguly, sir, DG CIPET, Dr. Sahu, Professor Bhavia, and my colleague, Dr. P.P. Mahanti, whom I know since the days of NITAR. And in fact, I was just looking at this gathering on the dais and off the dais. I could see one unified or one common goal which has united us all together. The cross-cuttings are the passion for technology and the passion for building skills in all of us. That has, I find, the common thread joining all of us. So congratulations for not only inviting such multidisciplinary, multi-sectoral and from diverse disciplines, but at the same time reiterating your commitment for building the country. I can tell you my own experience with COVID-19. When we started because I come from a very different background, we are not producing or we are not innovators like you, but we are the end users. And I can humbly say that we can contribute by acting as the bridge between your innovation and invention to the implementation for, at the end of the day, for touching lives of human beings and for improving societal benefits. So I remember during COVID-19, when we were doing before that also, because RMRC Bhubaneswar being one of the 26 institutes of ICMR, we have got a national reference lab for tuberculosis, and we are also the regional laboratory for virus research and diagnostics. So we are the apex lab for many viruses, which also included COVID when the pandemic struck. So before COVID, it was kind of an inertia or kind of the tradition to import chemicals or import reagents. And when COVID-19 struck, it was a global catastrophe. And the RNA extraction, for all of us, you must be knowing that for a virus isolation, you have to first extract the RNA and then sequence it or then test it by RT-PCR to see whether it's a COVID virus or not. And unfortunately, the major producer or the major supplier of the RNA extraction reagent, they stopped exporting because their countries needed them. And we were stuck up like anything, what to do. And that is when this thought of reiterating or recommitting to make in India arose. Never ever we felt that need so much that as a country, as a nation, as a team, as an institute, we really need to be self-sufficient. And not only self-sufficient, Covaxin, all of us know, was distributed to many countries as well. So not only self-sufficient, but at the same time act as the hub for many low and middle income countries who are still striving to reach the benchmark which institutes like CIPET has. And I have been a great admirer of CIPET because during COVID and post-COVID, I have been witnessing the phenomenal growth and your contribution for the society. And in fact, I was discussing with Dr. Sahu that how can we have some collaborations, because we do have certain needs which only you can address through your innovation, because I do not come from an engineering background. I come from a background where we see everyday patients like Dr. Mahanti, where we could say that what actually our patients, our scientists, and our students need to make healthcare affordable, accessible, and available for a common citizen, irrespective of his or her position, geographic place, or her socioeconomic status. So with these words, I welcome each one of you. I guess since it's a national conference, many of you might be coming from outside Odisha. So welcome to Odisha. And I can also tell Usha Padi ma'am would have enjoyed So Odisha is a very beautiful state with full of tourist attractions, and we do have very good handloom and handicraft. So don't only spend your time in the conference, I also encourage you to do some shopping and contribute to Odisha's economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable knowledge and ideas with us. Now I would like to introduce our next guest of honor, Dr. P.P. Mahanti, Director, Swami Vivekananda National Institute of Rehabilitation Training and Research, Uladpur, Cuttack. We are privileged to have in our midst Dr. P.P. Mahanti, the Director of Swami Vivekananda National Institute of Rehabilitation Training and Research, Uladpur, Cuttack. Dr. Mahanti has been a driving force behind S.B. Nirtar's mission to empower individuals with disabilities, promote inclusivity, and advance rehabilitation research and training. His expertise and dedication have left an indelible mark on the field, and we are truly honored to have him grace the occasion with his presence. Now I would like to invite Dr. P.P. Mahanti, Director, S.V. Nirtar, to address us.
Namaskar. Respected dignitary on the dais, delegates, PhD scholars, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to all of you. Actually, I am not from the engineering background. I represent the oldest and largest institute dealing with the rehabilitation of the person with a disability, S.B. Nirtar, under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, where we conduct various teaching program for the manpower development in the field of locomotor disability. We have 200 bedded hospital. We get about 400 to 500 person with a disability all across the country for their rehabilitation. So we do lot of research activities also. I am not going to add any value for this conference. Rather, I expect some things to come in the field of rehabilitation of the person with a disability out of these 2 days of deliberation. We have a long association with CIPET for academic activities. Our Bachelor of Prosthetic and Orthotic and Master of Prosthetic Orthotic students, they come for their classes and practical training over here. We have also in continuous contact with the CIPET for the development of orthosis and prosthesis for the person with a disability, which is really a neglected part in our country. Still we depend on the developed country for this sophisticated orthosis and prosthesis. We need lightweight, strong and prosthesis with affordable price. Still we are searching for that. We have also many times we discussed with this CIPET to come with some solution to this. I hope these 2 days conference, I request the scientists present over here should have some deliberation, and they should also come with some solution for the poor person with a disability to get some kind of orthosis and this artificial limb with affordable price. Thank you all. I hope a grand success of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Now I would like to introduce our next guest of honor, Professor Pradeep R. Bhabia, Director, ICT IOC, Bhubaneswar. Professor P.R. Bhabia is a distinguished academic and researcher in the field of chemical technology with specialization in pharmaceutical sciences and technology. Currently serving as the Director of ICT IOC, Bhubaneswar campus. He brings a wealth of experience and expertise to the institution. Professor Bhabia's leadership as a director of ICT IOC marks a new chapter in the advancing of the realms of chemical engineering and chemical technology and its applications, impacting both academia and industry alike. So I would like to invite Professor Bhabia to share his thoughts.
Very good morning to all of you. Professor Sinha, Sri Sahuji, Professor Ganguly, Professor Dr. Mohanty, Dr. Sangamitra, the invited speakers, dear delegates. Very good morning to all of you. It is really a privilege to attend this conference because when we talk of materials which are made up of chemicals, well, it is very dear to our institute where I belong to. It's the Institute of Chemical Technology. Those who don't know about this institute, let me tell you in one sentence that we basically belong to Mumbai, but we started a campus in Bhubaneswar and catering to chemical technology courses and chemical engineering courses. And maybe in next few minutes I would like to give some message related to chemicals and maybe very pertaining to a state of Odisha. We all know that there are a number of industries which are dealing with chemicals are growing in the state of Odisha, and especially where I belong is the Institute of Chemical Technology supported by Indian Oil Corporation. And you all know in Paradip there is a big plant of Indian Oil which is growing, and I'm sure they will be expanding in near future in another 2-3 years. And they say that there is a big cracker they are going to install, and when we say a cracker, that means all those byproducts which are coming out of a petroleum product. We all know very well, we talk of naphtha, we talk of benzene, toluene, xylene, we talk of ethylene, olefins, so on and so forth. Now, today, what I would like to maybe tell you is, there are a lot of raw materials which are present in our country. Unfortunately, these raw material are not utilized it in the way which one can do that. So today, if you see, we are dependent on many chemicals. Just for example, say, which is maybe a very dear to CIPET is some polymers. Okay, we still depend on Dow Corning in some cases. We still depend on 3M in some cases. Now, why not we make these polymers, okay, in our own country? And there are ample of raw material today. Believe me, the Indian Oil, the expert team says that there are a lot of raw materials, okay, which are available, but you develop a technology, okay, which can be utilized. For example, a simple molecule like benzene. Today they have a benzene in a large quantity, and they were searching for how benzene can be converted to some pharmaceutical products. Okay, a example is like paracetamol, or say a aspirin, or say a ibuprofen. Okay, so these are some chemical molecules. Can we develop a technology which can be more cheaper than what is available from China? So there are a lot of raw materials we import, and if you want to be an Atmanirbhar Bharat, I am sure each one of us will have to contribute somewhere or the other, where we can reduce our import from other country. So maybe in this conference, maybe I would like to maybe give my message to the delegate that let us have an emphasis on making a material or making a technology, okay, which can be utilized by our own people, and we will remain less dependent on other country like China. Okay, today we say there are a lot of chemical intermediates we import from China, because no Indian company can compete with that price at which China is delivering those materials. Now, how do we come to that particular price? What is that process? What is the technology which one can develop? Okay, today, say example, I say there is a material called polyisobutylene. Okay, we all know polyisobutylene. Okay, but then say either you say polyisobutylene or polymethyl methacrylates or acrylate or maybe some silicon derivatives, silicon polymers today we say. These are very expensive material, believe me. But these are used in some of the pharmaceutical products. Now to make those pharmaceutical products, we are dependent on other country. So if we can develop these, I am sure, we can reduce the cost of the product, okay, and it is affordable, as Madam said, that we need to come out with an affordable technology for this country. And if you want to really improve our country's GDP, I think each one of us will have to contribute somewhere or the other in the success of our economy. Okay, with this word, I end my speech here, and I wish a good success, a very interactive conference, and I'm sure all of you will carry a lot of message related to new material and new processing technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Let us take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to our Chief Patron, Professor Dr. Sisir Sinha, for gracing us his presence today. Professor Sisir Sinha, presently holding the position of Director General, Central Institute of Petrochemicals Engineering and Technology, under the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizer, Government of India. Prior to joining us as Director General CIPET, he was holding the position of Director, Kamala Nehru Institute of Technology, Sultanpur. Professor Sinha is a professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering in Indian Institute of Technology, Rourkela. He was also associate faculty in Center Excellence. Yes, sir, for guessing us.
Good morning, Suprabhat, and distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais, my colleagues at CIPET, dear students. And just I took a liberty to stop her because probably I was thinking that this may go long and long, and probably you might be waiting for a cup of tea and other things. Anyway, so first of all, I'm thankful to Shri Sahuji for inviting me, and indeed it's my first visit to CIPET Bhubaneswar since I joined this thing, and I don't know what was the reason, variety of the reason attributed, and sometimes it was postponed and sometimes because of the variety of reason. Anyway, the topic of the conference is very apt, and you see that everywhere, I'm just going to, because I am a teacher, so I just go in a very grassroots level manner, that you cannot overlook the importance of the material. Everywhere, every time, every day, every second you are encountered with the materials, right? When there is a material, then definitely there will be some manufacturing aspect. So these two things are core of this particular conference. And whenever we look for the material, there are so variety of the parameters always come into picture, like Professor Vavia said and Madam said, all those things. See, everywhere it is a zeal of the mankind, or it is a zeal of our beloved nation, that we need to develop some new technology, some new materials, especially to overcome the substitute, this import burden from different countries. And to be more precise, I'd like to give one statistical information, Professor Vavia, that my ministry, they have collected a document that almost 75% of the specialized chemicals are being imported from either China or some developed country. I'll not name the companies, but when we are saying that the 75% of the chemicals being imported from different countries, there are enough opportunities for the country who is looking Atmanirbharta or developed nation by year 2047. So there are so many landmarks down the line. One landmark is that 5 trillion economy. Another landmark is the complete Atmanirbharta and developing nation. And apart from this, say, probably we may not be in the earth when 2070 landmark will come, when we are eyeing towards the net zero. So when these landmarks are there, when these benchmarks are there, definitely enough opportunities are there. And when we see the materials especially, then definitely enough opportunities are there, either for the researcher, for the industries, for the students, those who are sitting behind. All these things, so future is very bright, trust me. But why we are lagging behind? Just I am taking a couple of minutes, why we are lagging behind in different aspects of 75% chemicals being imported. The reason is quite obvious, that we are not looking to the down the line aspect. What is the down the line aspect? That always we need to look the efficient materials, advanced materials. Just I am giving you quoting one example which I quoted with Madam Usha Padhi, that previously we were having a old designed railway coaches and other things, but nowadays there is a beautiful Vande Bharat train, right? See the immense you can say effort being put on by young minds, young engineers, organizations like CIPET and all those things. We are there in moon. Enough opportunities. Now see, the down the line, in the engineering perspective, enough opportunities are there. Enough things you need to look into, like how high temperature can be sustained, how the re-entry is possible. I mean, we are looking for a man mission to the moon. So all these things should come into the picture. But don't forget, there is a down the line aspect. Down the line aspect is that we must think in terms of a complete life cycle. One best example is that polymer is boon to the society. But we are also thinking that NO plastic. This is a sad affair. So must look into some sustainable aspect, and so that we can avoid the NO plastic to KNOW plastic. And that is very important. These are the couple of small examples. Like Professor Vaivya, I like to give one more example, that benzene is, you can say, though I am not a chemist, but benzene is, you can say, the heart of several you can say, the organic chemicals. But the problem attributed with the down the line benzene is that it is highly non-eco-friendly. So whenever we think about the new materials, whenever we need to think about the new manufacturing aspect, we need to go for several kind of aspects. One is that the complete life cycle and complete sustainability aspect should be there. It should be eco-friendly, it should be completely recyclable. Otherwise, the day will not far away when our country will become the dumping yard of all those companies mentioned by Professor Vavi and his history. So the crust of this particular thing is that how we can go for different type of a technology awareness programs, whether the technology is there, like 5, 6 different peoples we are assembled here. One, the policy maker, and other, they are the scientists, engineers, seasoned academicians, all those things. They are having a plenty of experience. Apart from this, the practicing persons, like CIPET person. Apart from this, the young coming up minds. So all these things are there under one umbrella, where they can share the knowledge, what is the country's desire over the period of time. When government says the make in India, then definitely it's a buzzword, but the thing is that how to achieve this make in India, what are the different hurdles in this particular aspect, how we can go ahead. So the monologue should not be there, dialogue should be there, and how these dialogue be achieved. This type of conferences, this type of the platform always be there. So once again, I hope that this particular conference will provide a good platform for disseminating the knowledge among the seasoned engineers, seasoned scientists, seasoned academicians, and budding engineers. I hope a grand success of this particular conference for next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable thoughts and words and your dedication for the development of our institutes. Now I would like to request Dr. P.S.C. Krishnan, Principal Director, TSS and BD CIPET, Head Office, Chennai, to felicitate Professor Ashok Kumar Ganguly, Director, IJR, Barampur, with a memento. Thank you. I request Dr. Smita Mahanti Ma'am, Director and Head, CIPET, Larpam, Bhubaneswar, to felicitate Dr. Sanghamitra Pati, Director and Scientist, ICMR, RMRC, Bhubaneswar, with memento. Thank you. I would like to request Dr. P.C. Padhi, Principal, CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar, to felicitate Dr. P.P. Mahanti, Director, SV Nirtar, Olatpur, Cuttack, with a memento. Thank you. I request Sri B.P. Patra, Director and Head, CIPET CSTS Bhubaneswar, to felicitate Professor P.R. Bhabya, Director, ICT IOC, Odisha Campus, Bhubaneswar, with a memento. Thank you. I would like to request Sri P.K. Sahu, Principal Director and Head, CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar, to felicitate Professor Dr. Sisir Sinha, Director General, CIPET, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, with a memento as a token of remembrance. Now, I invite Sri K.K. Mohapatra, Director and Head, CIPET CSTS Balasore, to felicitate Sri Pramod Kumar Sahu, Sir, Principal Director and Head, CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar, with a memento. Now, I would like to request Dr. P.C. Padhi, Chief Manager Technical and Principal and Patron of RAMM-2023, to provide vote of thanks to the gathering.
Good morning to all. First of all, I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. And first of all, I am very much thankful to Srimati Usha Padhi Madam, Principal Secretary to Government, SD and ET Department, Commerce and Transport, Government of Odisha, for her esteemed presence to grace the occasion. Despite of her busy schedule, Madam has agreed to accept our invitation, and with a lot of hectic schedule, she attended the program and made it quite successful, and her inspiring words enlightened us in many respects. Similarly, I convey my sincere regards to Professor Dr. C.C. Sinha, Director General CIPET, for his kind presence. He is our chief patron of the conference, and we are very much thankful for his inspiration encouragement and guidance for organizing this national conference. He is the key person behind all the success. Sir always give a very high thought to take this institution to a different height. And I am thankful to our Director General for his inspiration and support to organizing this type of events, so that we can be cohesive with the many eminent scientists across the country. And my sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Ganguly, Director IGR Barampur, for his valuable presence in our conference. Sir has come all the way from Barampur, and to grace this occasion. Apart from that, he is one of our plenary lecture also sir has been given, and he has accepted our invitation and reached to CIPET Bhubaneswar, for which we are quite thankful to him. And I am thankful to Professor Banshidhar Maji, Vice Chancellor VSSUT Burla, for giving his acceptance to our invitation, and sir is attending online because of his busy schedule. He cannot able to come. We have signed one MOU with VSSUT Burla in terms of plastics engineering and materials and mechanical engineering in all respect, and we are doing the joint research programs and PhD guidance and many other consultancy assignments and all this jointly with VSSUT Burla. I am very much thankful to sir for his kind presence and sharing his valuable time to this invitation in this inaugural function. And I express my sincere thanks to Madam Dr. Sanghamitra Pati, Director and Scientist G, ICMR, RMRC Bhubaneswar, Government of India, for her kind presence and cooperation for making this event successful. I would like to thank our beloved Dr. P.P. Mohanty, Director SB Nirtar Olatpur, Cuttack, for attending the program and encouraging us, and for your kind information. We are working on many projects, and we have started initiating our developmental activities for replacement of many metal parts into plastics for the disabled people. And now CIPET and Nirtar is jointly working for betterment for the mankind, and I hope definitely will do a good job for the nation. And my hearty thanks to Professor P.P. Bhavia, Director ICT IOC Bhubaneswar, for accepting our invitation to attend this inaugural function and to grace the occasion on this very special day. I take this opportunity to extend our most sincere thanks to all our plenary, keynote speakers, participants, industry representatives, delegates, guests, invitees, and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, and who have come over different destinations of the country for support and cooperation and presenting their papers and participation in all respect. And I mention our deepest sense of appreciation to our convener, Dr. Devabrat Ratha, CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar, Department of Manufacturing, co-conveners, Dr. Syama Prasad Mohanty, and Department of Manufacturing Engineering, Dr. Trupti Ranjan Das, CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar, and Department of Plastics Engineering, and Dr. Ashwini Mahapatra, Department Dean Students Affairs, and this Department of Manufacturing Engineering and Organizing Committee, technical committee members, for their support to shape this conference. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. It requires meticulous planning and execution and eye for all the details. For that, I express my sincere thanks and for the contribution and dedication and a close eye on the program. That is our P.K. Sahu sir, the Principal Director and Head. He has taken his keen interest in every individual details of the program to make it a grand success. I express my sincere thanks to all our officials, faculties of CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar for the involvement everybody shown and their willingness they have expressed to take this competitive task in a timely manner. And they have put very hard work for that is sleepless nights, and they have made this program successful. And first of all, I express that the main motto of this program, this platform will help the young scientists and the academicians, scientists, industry personals, research scholars and students fraternity in various fields of material science and advanced manufacturing technology. You know that in the real day scenario, we are competitively working on artificial intelligence and machine learning and new advancement in manufacturing of materials, both ferrous, non-ferrous and non-metals. That's what we have a very key role in development of this nation to make this practicality, that Make in India concept, for which we are organizing such type of events so that you can bring all together in a single platform to share their knowledge, so that we can understand what exactly is happening across the country, so that everybody can share their knowledge and they can understand, they can disseminate their innovativeness, and so that we can further grow and take this country to a different height. I hope this conference will make everybody quite aware about the recent developments, both in material science, that is organic, inorganic, and also metal, ferrous, non-ferrous and non-metals. I hope this will be a wide spectrum of discussion so that everybody will be enlightened. All the participants who have come all across the country in different domains, I hope they will be definitely see that these 2 days will be wonderful, and many industrialists, they have participated, our sponsors and many sponsors, they have supported to make this program successful. I hope there are 45 industry representatives, they are coming and they are presenting their papers, so that there will be a close industry academia connectivity in this platform. I hope these 2 days will be quite encouraging and innovative, and so that we will gain something, and I hope it will be a very successful conference. I wish all success of this conference. All, thank you very much.
Thank you all. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais to join with Haiti at our second floor conference hall. Please. All are requested after Haiti, please join with this Visheshwarya Hall for the plenary session from our eminent personality and scientist, Professor Ashok Kumar Ganguly sir. Please, just after Haiti, please join here. Thank you. All are requested to join. I request our volunteers to accompany all the guests to the second floor conference where the Haiti is arranged. Please. Our students, I request all the students to accompany our Mr. Devendra Akpure, please accompany all the guests to the second floor conference for Haiti. And all staffs, our CIPET staffs, everyone is also joined the Haiti at our canteen premises. I request all our CIPET officials, our guests and all the participants present here to join with Haiti at our canteen. I request our students please accompany the guest to the second floor for the Haiti arrangement. I request our students to accompany with the guest for the second floor. I request our students please Sama ଟିକେ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ second floor କୁ ନେଇ ଦେନା guest ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଏମାନେ ପିଲା ନେବେ ନା ତମେ ଯା ଟିକେ accompany କରି ଦିଅ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ second floor କେମିତି ଯିବେ. Please join at second floor conference. ତାଙ୍କ ଗାଡ଼ିରେ ରଖିଦେବ ଧରେଇଦେବ ନା ଗାଡ଼ିରେ ରଖିଦେବ ଓକେ ରଖିଦେଲା ପରେ ମୋତେ କହିଦେବ ମୁଁ ଇନଫର୍ମ କରିଦେବି ତାଙ୍କୁ. ଏଠି କ୍ରିଷ୍ଣନ୍ ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ କୁହା ହେଇଯାଇଛି ତାଙ୍କର ଗିଫ୍ଟ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଦେଇଦେବା ଏବେ ଆଗ କ୍ରିଷ୍ଣନ୍ ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ ଗୋଟେ ଦେଇଦିଅ ତାପରେ ନେକ୍ସଟ ଯେଉଁ ଅଛି ତାପରେ ଇଏ ସ୍ମିତା ପାନ୍ତିକି ଥରେ ଡାକିଦେବ
ଗୋଟେ କାମ କରିବା
ହଁ ହଁ ଯାଆନ୍ତୁ ଆରେ ସେ ଭଲ ଅଛି ହଁ ହଁ ଭଲ ଅଛି ତମେ ହେଇଠି ନେଇଯାଅ ଆସ ମୁଁ ଅଛି
ପିପିଟି ସୁଇଟେବୁଲ୍ ସାର୍ ସାର୍ ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ କହିବା କଥା ଏଇଟା ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ସ୍ମିତା ମହାନ୍ତି ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍ ଥିଲେ ଆଙ୍କୁ ଅଶୋକ ଗାଙ୍ଗୁଲିଙ୍କ ତାପରେ ଏଇଠି ଅଛନ୍ତି ସୁମନ୍ତ ପଣ୍ଡା ଆଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ସେସନ୍ ଚେୟାରରେ କେହି ନଥିଲେ ଆମେ ଭାବୁଥିଲୁ ଇଏ ଯେ ବହୁତଟାକୁ ଇଏ କରିବେ
ନାଇଁ ତେଣୁକରି ମୁଁ ସେୟା ହିଁ କହୁଛି ତମେ ଯାହା କହୁଛ ମୁଁ ସେୟା କହୁଛି ସେମ୍ ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ୍ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଏଇଠି କ୍ରିଷ୍ଣନ୍ ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ ଦେଇଦିଅ ଏଇଠି ସ୍ମିତା ମହାନ୍ତିକି ଦେଇଦିଅ
ଓକେ ଠିକ୍ ଅଛି କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା କରିବେନି ତ ସିଏ
ନା
ହଁ ଠିକ୍ ଅଛି
ହଁ ନହେଲେ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍କୁ ପଚାରି ଦିଅ ନା ଗୋଟେ ଥର
ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍ ଦେଇଦେବେ ସିଏ ତାଙ୍କ ବାୟୋଡାଟା ସୁନତା ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍ ପ୍ରିଣ୍ଟ କରିକି ଆଣିକି ଆଇଲେଣି
Hello. Yeah, good morning to all. Yes. Now it's okay? Yeah, please. Actually, I request our volunteers and the faculties to please tell all the participants to join in the Visvesvaraya Hall so that we will start the plenary session at the earliest. I request all the volunteers and our faculty members to inform all the participants to join in the Visvesvaraya Hall for the plenary session. Please. Second floor re jo mane khauchoni tom koi dio, they will sit. Others those are there, they will sit. You tell immediately they should sit.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello. We will start within 2 to 3 minutes. So please, I request all the volunteers to tell the participant to join the Visvesvaraya Hall.
Hello. 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 Hello.
So again, welcome to all of you. Actually, we are running late, so we will not further wait. So now it's my great pleasure to introduce our eminent person and our beloved Principal Director, TSS and BD, Dr. PhD Krishnan Sir, CIPET Head of Office, Gindi, Chennai. Sir has already worked in this center and I also worked under Sir. It's my great privilege to introduce him as per this session chair. Dr. PhD Krishnan Sir has did his M.Tech from IIT Delhi in the year 1988 with specialization in modern methods of chemicals, analysis and control. Then he done in the year of 1993, he completed his PhD from IIT Delhi in Polymer and Plastics Engineering. He has vast experience of more than 26 years in the domain of plastics and polymers. Apart from CIPET, he has served as a research scientist at IMRE, Singapore, and an adjunct professor at Durban Technical University. He has published more than 65 publications in the area of polymers, nanocomposite, and biopolymers. He has also guided many PhD scholars. It's my great pleasure, sir, to welcome you for this session chair. Hand over to sir.
Very good afternoon to all. We are running late. No issues. Thank you very much, Dr. Aswini, for giving a nice introductions. It is a home coming for me. Earlier I worked in this center as the center head, and again I'm coming back with a lot of nostalgia. And then I will be chairing the first session, plenary sessions. It consists of 2 lectures. First will be a plenary lecture. The second one will be the keynote lecture. The first lecture by Professor Ashok Kumar Ganguly, Director, IISER Berhampur. Professor Ganguly will talk on design of nanostructures for petrochemical applications. Let me introduce the speaker. Even though everybody knows it, it is also my duty to introduce, and I am very much privileged to introduce. Professor Ganguly is currently the Director and Professor of Chemical Sciences at Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Berhampur. Earlier, he was a Professor of Chemistry. He has come here, as a lion from the IIT Delhi. He was the Deputy Director IIT Delhi, and he was also the founding Director of the Institute of Nanoscience and Technology. His main interest is in the area of design of new materials, especially the nanomaterials for energy conversions and superconducting materials. He has published over 350 papers and has filed 5 patents. He is a recipient of silver and bronze medal from the Chemical Research Society, as well as CSR/CNR National Prize, National Award of Nanoscience and Technology, and Distinguished Material Science of the Year Award 2021 by MRS. He is a fellow of all the 3 science academies of India, Royal Society of Chemistry London, and the Asia Pacific Association of Materials. He was keenly involved in the formation of Delhi Science and Technology Cluster, very keen to promote outreach activities for underprivileged sections of the society, and has been to the remotest schools and colleges in several states in the country. I welcome Professor Ganguly. We are very much eager to hear your lecture. Please.
It's not working. This doesn't work. He is moving. This is not working. Okay, I can tell you to move. You will change? I can speak from here. There's no problem. Okay, good afternoon. We are running exactly 2 hours late. My lecture was supposed to be at 10 o'clock. Anyway, thank you for inviting me. It's my great pleasure to be here at CIPET, and very nice. Our chairman is alumni of IIT Delhi. Very nice to meet you. Although I did not know you when you had joined, I joined after you. So today I will try to, this is our land, which is, I joined IISER Berhampur in May from IIT Delhi, that is 6 months. This is our campus. The campus is being built. IISER, as you know, there are 7 IISERs in our country. Like we have 23 IITs, we have 7 IISERs, and of course we have NITs. These are institutes of national importance, and the youngest IISER in India is in Berhampur. So next slide please. So these are the views. This is called IISER Beach. We have our own beach. which we are developing through our campus. So you can see the sea in this slide. This is view from the hostel. So from the hostel you can see Bay of Bengal and from the main buildings. Okay, next slide please. Next slide. This is the local, how it looks around the campus is full of fields, and you know the plant which grows everywhere in Ganjam district is called the Kevda plant. 85% of the production of Kevda is in Ganjam district. Next slide please. So just to tell you a little bit about energy, because the world is going through a major crisis. So the top area of research in the world is how you want to give sustainable energy or renewable energy. Most of the energy is being used for domestic purposes, transport, and for industrial purposes. As you can see, next slide. We are supposed to cut down fossil fuels. Fossil fuels, 2.8 degree rise is going to happen by 2100. The world has signed, even India is a signatory to a document that we have to cut down all carbon emissions. And if 2.8% rise in temperature is there in the world, many countries will go into water, like Bangladesh and many other, and several parts of even India may go underwater. So the world wants to restrict the temperature rise to 1.5%. But the rate at which we are going, the temperature will certainly rise to more than 2%, 2 degrees centigrade. So what are the areas in which we can use? You see, renewables, other than coal, which is 36%, gas is 22%, nearly 60% of our energy use is from fossil fuels, which we have to change to renewables. Next slide, please. I think somebody has to be here. See, already we are 2 hours late, and there is so much noise going on, and there is so much, you know, I am sorry to say, this does not look good for a national institution, you know. You are having an academic session, right? This is the difference between institutes like IITs and all that. You will never have this kind of thing. You must have professionalism in what you do, right? So please try to change the slide, otherwise it's a waste of my time. I travel long distance to give a talk here. Okay. So why IITs are IITs? Why the world calls IIT IIT? You will never have this kind of thing happen in an IIT. All right, sir. These are right. So my point is, at least you know that it is not working. It should be in my hand. But listen to me when I am saying change the slide. Please change the slide. Change the slide. So we have diverse energy sources from water, wind, etc., solar. Today's talk is basically I am going to give on solar energy conversion. That's my idea. Go to the next slide. So you see how much percent it's all messed up. So is it working? Okay. No, it's not working. It's not working. Okay. So I think we have lots of different energies. Renewables, as you see, is around 5 to 7%. It is predicted to be by 2040 around 8 or 9%. So you have to increase renewables if you want to reduce fossil fuels. Next slide, please. So there are several ways. See, solar energy conversion was very popular in the 1970s, but then the price of solar cell was very high. And so people moved away from solar cells thinking nuclear energy will come or some other renewable will come. But now the price of solar cells has come down dramatically. It is right now about to touch the price of what electricity we get from hydroelectric power or fossil fuels. So now people are planning to use solar cell in a big way. So India's increase in solar energy consumption is humongous. Right now, if you build any new building, government will not allow you to use electricity unless you have solar panels on the field. So Government of India has restrictions how much power in any institution, not domestic but institutions have to use solar powers. So you must have solar panels on the surface. There are many ways by which you can make energy. You can make hydrogen. Hydrogen is a green fuel. Green fuel means if you burn hydrogen, you get water. So there is no carbon-based product like carbon dioxide, etc. produced. These are several ways by which you can produce hydrogen and green hydrogen. So there are terms nowadays people use: blue hydrogen, yellow hydrogen, orange hydrogen, grey hydrogen. The normal hydrogen that is produced from fossil fuels is what is called the black or grey hydrogen. We have to move towards green hydrogen. That means whatever way you make hydrogen has to be clean. There should be no production of carbon-based impurities, which is gases or fuels. So there are many methods. One of the methods that we use to produce hydrogen is by splitting water using photocatalyst. That means use a semiconductor which is a catalyst. In the presence of light, that catalyst will give rise to electrons and holes which will catalyze reaction so that you get hydrogen and oxygen. This process is called photocatalysis if you use direct sunlight. This process is called photoelectrochemical if you use both electric potential as well as sunlight. Okay, next slide please. So if you know, this is the solar spectrum. The solar spectrum tells you how many photons of light are falling from the sun with what wavelength. So maximum number of photons are of the visible region. And so you must have a catalyst which can trap the visible radiation. Otherwise you will trap less photons, so you will use less photons, so your efficiency will not be high. So you want to make high efficient photocatalysts, they should have a band gap which can absorb visible light radiation. So most of the scientific research in physics and material science to develop solar cells is to look for materials which can efficiently convert solar energy into electrical energy. Silicon solar cells are used everywhere. Silicon is the cheapest solar cell, but its efficiency is very low. So silicon solar cells are cheap but low efficient. Very highly efficient solar cells are 40% efficient. Silicon is only 4% efficient. So you can use silicon where you have lot of land available and your roof is available, but for high-tech applications you need to make better solar cells. So those need better semiconductors. Okay, let us go. Next slide. Okay, so now to know which semiconductor to use, you must know in physics we teach what is called the band gap, which is the difference between the conduction band and the valence band. So the band gap should be of a value which is more than the value required for converting water into hydrogen and oxygen. So this value is of around 1.23 electron volts. So this is a figure to show you which materials you can use for trapping solar radiation in the visible region to make effective catalysts. Okay, go to the next slide. Okay. So these are different processes when you have a semiconductor and you have two electrodes in a cell. What kind of reactions happen and what kind of holes and electrons are produced and how you can do band gap tuning. This is called engineering band structures. So when you design a solar cell, you have to know all these things. You have to know the band gap, the Fermi level, the conduction band age, the valence band age, and how charge transfer occurs at these electrodes. If you understand that, you can make efficient photoelectrochemical cells. Okay, go to the next slide. So this is one of the methods, example I gave. This is a nanorod of a semiconductor on which there are nanoparticles. The nanorod is made of zinc oxide, which is a wide band gap semiconductor, which means it absorbs energy which is quite high, that means 3 electron volts or so. But what you need is actually visible light absorption. So to change that, you design a material where you have particles which can absorb in the visible and then transfer the electron to the other semiconductor. These are called heterostructures because you have got 2 semiconductors. One is a large band gap semiconductor, the other is a mid band gap semiconductor. The mid band gap semiconductor is also called a sensitizer. When you use these two, you create a heterostructure. This heterostructure can be in the type of films. So you can make films. As you know, you can make roll-to-roll printing today. You can make those kind of prints. You can make thin films on substrates, on glass, on quartz. Depends on what kind of application that you need. For flexible semiconductors, you need roll-to-roll printing on some plastics. And a lot of research has been done on that. Okay, next slide. So this is the energy level diagram to explain what kind of semiconductor can be taken along with zinc oxide, which has a large band gap of 3.37. We can take cadmium sulfide, we can take silver sulfide, we can take indium sulfide. If you take this combination, your efficiency will go up. Okay, go to the next slide. Next slide. So you get this kind, these are electron microscopic pictures to show you there is a nanorod and you have got on top of that you have coated another semiconductor. This is a high resolution picture to show you how the cadmium sulfide layers are on top of zinc oxide. And this is UV visible spectra to show you that the absorption of light is changing its wavelength from 372 nanometers to 465 nanometers. That means it is changing from the ultraviolet to the visible radiation. Okay, go to the next slide. So this shows you the efficiency. If you measure current versus voltage for these materials that you have made, the one which has got good core shell structures, that means 2 heterostructures, the red one which has 30 nanometers thick shell of cadmium sulfide on zinc oxide is showing a high photocurrent. Okay, that means it is more efficient. That's what we started with. If you make proper heterostructures of 2 semiconductors with design band gaps, you will get higher efficiency. So higher photocurrent you get. That's a property that you can use for reduction of a chemical in solution like a pollutant. Suppose your dyes, you know, lot of industries put dyes and those dyes go into river water. If you want to clear those dyes, you can reduce them or oxidize them. So here we have shown a dye. It is called rhodamine B. It's a blue colored dye and it is used in many industries also. And then it can be removed. So this degradation of the dye, that is what on the y-axis is concentration of the dye, that decreases with time if you use the same semiconductor. So the same semiconductor heterostructure is being used to remove the dye, can also be used to increase photocurrent. It has got 2 applications. Okay, so go ahead. Next slide. So there are different materials with different effective wavelength and different photocatalytic efficiencies. So zinc oxide, cadmium sulfide, or sodium niobate, cadmium sulfide, based on the band gap and understanding of the band gap, you can make large number of such materials. Next slide, please. This is, you can change the shape of the particles to increase the efficiency. So go to the next slide. Next slide. So you can make particles with cuboidal geometry, you can make particles with octahedral geometry. If you have two different shapes, the efficiency of the catalyst can be changed, and there are reasons why. It depends on the surface energy of these particles, and the surface energy is different in the cuboidal particles than the cube particles. Okay, next slide please. Next slide. Okay. Next slide. So these are some calculations to show what kind of surface you will have, what kind of surface energy, and some surfaces will have electrons stabilized, some surface will have holes stabilized. So when a light falls, photon falls, it will create electrons and holes. So electrons will go to some surface and holes will go to some surface depending on the surface energies of these surfaces. Okay, go to the next slide. This is the band diagram that we show, that if you have cube type morphology, you will have one kind of band diagram. If you have cuboctahedral, you will have another type of band diagram, and one of them will create an NP junction. So in school physics you must have studied what is called an NP junction. When you have NP junction, it will not allow electrons and holes to recombine. So in a good solar cell, when light falls, you don't want electrons and holes to recombine. You want them to be separated so that they can give out electricity. So electron has to move to the electrode. If they recombine very fast, then you will not get electricity, you will get light, and you don't want luminescence. So the picture is that you must have this kind of band diagram to have removal of electrons and holes from side. So NP junction, creation of NP junctions is good for semiconductor heterostructure. Okay, let us go to the next slide. This is again to show that what I told you, in the heterostructure the efficiency is very high to degrade the die, because it is creating large number of electrons at the electrode wherever your die degradation is taking place. And same thing we can study photocurrent also. I have not shown here, but it produces large photocurrent if you have the condition of the heterostructure where NP junction is created. Okay, next slide please. These are measurements to show you what I am saying. This left side plot shows you solar to hydrogen ratio. That means how many photons fell and how much hydrogen was generated. So if you see the red plot, that shows 6% generation of hydrogen. So one of the materials produced 6%, the other morphology, which had a shape of a cube, has lower solar to hydrogen conversion ratio. These are other plots to find out the nature of charge carriers, because both of them are there, electrons and holes. Is it majority charge carriers are electrons or holes? You can find out by doing certain measurements. I don't have time to go. Change the slide please. This is another example. I talked about one core, another shell, but you can also design two shells on the same semiconductor. So if you have one core material, say titanium dioxide, on top you put one material like cadmium sulfide, which is an N-type semiconductor, and then you put silver sulfide, which is a P-type semiconductor. Then this ternary layer, this multi-layer system, you can make films of that or particles of that. This multi-layer system automatically creates N-type and P-type layers. Okay, and by this design, go to the next slide, you will get this kind of rods. This is a diagram of course, but you can look in electron micrograph pictures, you will get this kind of objects where you have inside you have titanium oxide which has certain band gap, and on top you have coated silver sulfide, and then you have coated cadmium sulfide and then silver sulfide. This kind of arrangement, because you know the energy levels, this is a design, this is called in applied physics band gap engineering. You are doing engineering of the band gaps by making materials align one over the other in thin films or multi-layer heterostructures or in particles. So this kind of arrangement of energy levels allows electrons to be in titanium oxide, and the holes will migrate to the outer layer, which is silver sulfide. So holes get stabilized in a different place and electrons get stabilized in a different place, and so you can effectively use the electrons and holes. To produce electricity, you have to effectively use electrons and holes as much as possible. If you allow them to recombine, your electricity generation will go down from the solar light which is falling on the substrate. Okay. Let us go to the next slide. So this shows same thing. We measure photoluminescence, which tells you that the luminescence intensity goes down dramatically, the blue curve, if you have appropriate core shell formation. So the blue plot there shows you have very little luminescence. That means all the electrons and holes are separate, they are not recombining. Okay. And this is to show you the activity of the semiconductor is a very good photocatalyst because you are able to generate the electrons and holes. Okay, let us go to the next slide. This is another method. We make a graphene substrate on which we have particles of cadmium sulfide, nanoparticles, which combine to make supraparticles, very large, like balls of small nanoparticles of 4 nanometers. Now this is an example to show that once you put them on the surface of this graphene or graphene oxide sheets, then electrons produced are taken away very fast and channeled very fast to one electrode, and you can use those electrons effectively to produce electricity. Next slide, please. So these are all the TEM pictures. If you understand what you call spectroscopy, what we are showing here is time resolved spectroscopy. Okay. So in this time resolved spectroscopy, you can study lifetime of these electrons. So how fast there is a decay, you can see from that tells you about the lifetime of the excited particles. So you want the decay to be slow. So if you see that the cadmium sulfide particles, they are moving away from the site. The electrons are moving away from the site very fast. That's what it shows. Okay, let us go to the next slide. This is of course much more sophisticated measurements. This is measurement in the excited. Electrons are very fast. To study electron dynamics, you have to study in femtoseconds. So this is an experiment using 2 lasers. One laser excites the electrons and another laser sees how the electron energy is changing in the excited state. This is called pump probe laser spectroscopy or transient absorption spectroscopy. This can make you follow electrons in femtoseconds, picoseconds, etc. Very fast dynamics. So it will explain the whole mechanism of the process, how electrons are moving in a solid. Okay. So basically from these studies what we tell that the electrons are, once they are, light falls, electrons and holes are created, electrons move quickly to graphene very fast in picosecond lifetime. That we can explain using those pump probe laser spectroscopy. Okay, let's go to the next slide. How much time I have? 20 minutes. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, this more or less I told you that you can have cadmium sulfide particles conjugated with graphene and you have very favorable electron transfer. Because of the favorable electron transfer, there is no luminescence, and so you can use the electrons very effectively. The electrons get transferred onto the graphene oxide substrate. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. So what earlier one I showed was cadmium sulfide nanoparticles on a graphene oxide surface, which effectively takes out the electrons. So it is called a electron sink. Here we are using multi-walled carbon nanotubes and a material called cobalt phosphate with cadmium sulfide. So cadmium sulfide is the semiconductor nanoparticle on which light falls and will create electron and hole. And then we have an electron sink and we have a hole sink. So electrons will move towards the electron sink and holes will move to the hole sink. So this is a ternary material. Using this kind of design, you can get much more efficiency than the previous example what I showed you, because now you have electron sink as well as hole sink. So go to the next slide. Okay, these are all TEM images and all. Okay, go to the next slide. Okay. Yeah, so you can see where you have the ternary, the hole sink and electron sink. There you have very large photon conversion. So ABPE means you apply a bias, that means a voltage, and light falls. How much photon is being converted, right, into electricity? So that measurement tells you that where you have the electron sink and hole sink, that means where you have got multi-walled carbon nanotube and cobalt phosphate along with the quantum dot, which is cadmium sulfide, you get much more efficient photon conversion into electricity. Okay? In the other cases you get less. I don't have time to go into all these things, but it tells you, you can do these measurements in the presence of light. The ternary case, this one has the highest intensity light. All right. So next slide, please. These are, if you are interested and you understand physics, then you will know that these are called Mott-Schottky plots. It tells you about the current, the effective charge carriers, it tells you about electrons, holes, etc. Okay? And it also tells you what is the density of electrons. So the number of density of electrons that you are producing here is much more than you are producing here. So number of electrons available for conversion to electricity is more. Okay? Let's go to the next slide. Okay, these are again laser spectroscopy studies to study ultra fast reactions which are happening. How the electron is moving very fast. So those time scales are found out using, you see these numbers, these are picoseconds. So in this picosecond time scales, electrons are moving from level to level, and we can track them and we can find out exactly how much time it takes for electron to be transferred from the excited state to the carbon nanotube, or the hole is transferred from the cadmium sulfide to them. The main idea is that you have electron and hole transferred to different places, which gives you ability to use that electron to generate electricity, use that hole to generate electricity. Next slide, please. This is a similar problem. This ternary phase uses some other material. We are using carbon. Here the semiconductor is copper thiotungstate, copper WS4, Cu2 WS4 is a semiconductor with the ideal band gap that you use. And here you are using CNT to trap electrons, and iron oxyhydroxide is a hole trap. So this is slightly different than the previous one, because CNT and iron oxyhydroxide, oh, somebody fell down. Okay. All right. So here in this particular case, can we go to next slide? Yeah, next slide please. Next slide. Yeah, these are all the synthesis. This all of you may be knowing. This tells you that where is the copper, where is the tungsten. This is all EDAX mapping, which tells you where are the atoms present in the solid which you are making. So it tells you what you are saying, that composition is correct, etc. Okay. Shall we go to the next slide? So here again, when you do the photoelectrochemical studies, you see that the number, the current increases when you are going for only the semiconductor to the binary, to the ternary. The electron, the number of electrons which you are getting is much more, and the current density is much high. Okay, so why is this high in this ternary? That we can understand using the mechanism. Okay, so go to the next slide. So this is, we study the dynamics of, these are all to explain what is the lifetime of the electron in what excited state. And you see there are numbers like 750 femtoseconds, very fast, picosecond, 5 picosecond, different components are there. So you can explain one level to another level in this picosecond, femtosecond level. Using these diagrams and numbers that we get, we build a model, and this model tells you exactly once you transfer the electron to the conduction band, what is the lifetime of the electron in the conduction band? It's around 100 femtosecond. Then it moves from there to the carbon nanotube. From here to the carbon nanotube where in 110 femtosecond. And then it moves to iron oxyhydroxide in 470 femtosecond. So these numbers, very precise, very fast reactions you can study using what is called pump probe laser spectroscopy. It's also called transient absorption spectroscopy. And knowing this mechanism, you can design further semiconductor devices so that you know exactly how to increase your photon to electrical conversion. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide please. More or less I have told. So this is what I was telling you, that you can transfer electrons, the electrons go to the carbon nanotube and that electron goes to iron oxyhydroxide, whereas the holes reside on copper thiosulfate. So you separate electrons and holes. Okay, let us go to the next slide. This is another example of how to improve the availability of electrons so that you can photon to electron conversion is high and hence electricity efficiency is high in the whatever solar cell you are trying to make. Okay, next slide. Next slide, these are all pictures. Okay. So here we are putting, this is a semiconductor, this has a band gap in the visible, and we are adding some manganese ions as dopants, because manganese ion, as you know in chemistry, that it does not allow electron transition because it has got d levels. Because of this fact, you have a electron and hole recombination rate decreases. So the reason of adding manganese in bismuth vanadate is to prevent electron hole recombination, and as you see there is an optimum concentration. When you add 1% manganese, your photocurrent density is the highest in this semiconductor. So bismuth vanadate is a very good semiconductor, but if you add some small amount of manganese, you increase its efficiency because it uses the rule of manganese d orbitals not allowing electron transfer between the d orbitals. You know, you study in college, dd transition is not allowed, right? Okay, let us go to the next slide. These are all plots to tell you that this is a particular semiconductor where you have electrons as the majority charge carriers. From the slope, you can find out the nature of charge carriers, and this slope is positive. So for positive slope, the charge carriers are electrons. If you have negative slope, then charge carriers are holes. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So these are again the same thing what I told you. As you keep adding manganese up till 1%, your photon to electron conversion efficiency is increasing from 0.0008 to it goes to 0.1435, nearly more than 100 times, right? And your electron, this is the density, the ND is called the density of electron, goes one order of magnitude higher. It's called ND. So next slide. Okay, I think I am telling you the same things. I will go, please move the slides. These are similar things. More different materials. Go next slide, please. Yeah, go to the next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. I don't want to discuss this because this is again another semiconductor, cuprous oxide, molybdenum disulfide. See, the thing is, we want to use materials which are cheap. So you don't want to use platinum, rhodium, etc. You want very cheap materials. So we keep trying. Cheap materials means which are easily available in the earth, like iron, manganese, copper, nickel. Among them, copper and iron are much more available. So, and if you can find a good photocatalyst with copper, then it would be good. So this is with copper oxide, cuprous oxide, but combination with molybdenum disulfide, we tried to find a good photocatalyst. Okay, let us go to the next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay. Yeah, so this shows you the same thing, that the ternary phase is much better. If you know this plot tells you internal resistance. So the internal resistance is the lowest in the ternary case, which means it is the best for conversion of photon to electron. The internal resistance is low, so it's producing more electricity. Okay, let's go to the next slide. The current density has also tells you the same thing. From 0.86 it has gone to 11. That is more than 10 times. So it's around 15 times increase in current density. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is, you can also combine polymer with nanoparticles. I just wanted to give you one or two examples. So go to the next slide. So this is calcium molybdate with polyaniline as an efficient and durable electrocatalyst for oxygen evolution reaction. You know, you need to produce oxygen in fuel cells to be used for fuel cells. So their oxygen evolution catalysts are important. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So this is the material, calcium molybdate, and you electro deposit polyaniline. So you make an electrode with polyaniline. Go to the next slide. And of course these are standard X-ray and IR data to show that you have made the composite of polyaniline with your material, calcium molybdate, which is the semiconductor. Okay, go to the next slide. So you take your, to do electrochemical measurements, you need a nickel foam or something like that. So on nickel foam, you deposit the polyaniline, and then you also deposit calcium molybdate, which is the semiconductor. Okay, so next slide. This is to show that all the materials are there. Using EDAX mapping, you can show that calcium is there, molybdenum is there, carbon is there, etc. Okay, let's go ahead. Next slide. So if you see that first you optimize polyaniline. If you add 10%, 20, 30, 40, and you measure what is called the overpotential. Overpotential should be minimum. That means you are using minimum energy to do the reaction. So polyaniline 20% gives you the minimum overpotential with which you can work. So first you do that. Second, next slide. So then using that 20% polyaniline, then you put calcium molybdate on top of that and use that to get your current density. And your current density should be at the lowest overpotential. So you see this ternary phase with calcium molybdate has overpotential of 187, which is the lowest in this series. So you want to do electrochemical measurements with lowest overpotential. That means you are using minimum amount of energy. Okay, next slide. This is something called Taffel's plot. If you are interested, you can discuss, but all specialists know what it is, and you have a good Taffel plot for this material. Okay, next slide. This is to show you that the charge transfer resistance is minimum when you use this semiconductor with polyaniline. So it has the smallest value, and that is shown here. So if you have calcium molybdate with the nickel foam, you have the smallest curve. The smallest curve is least transfer resistance. So least transfer resistance is what you want. You don't want high transfer resistance. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Yeah, this is the cycling studies. These are studies that you do to calculate something like electrochemical surface area, etc. I don't want to show. Next slide, please. So effectively, if you combine a semiconductor with polyaniline, we show that it is a very good material for oxygen evolution reaction. Okay, so this I will just complete with another example. I will just show. Next slide. Next slide. So next slide, I won't go into that. This is another case where we use 8, and if you combine them, you can use it as a supercapacitor. So many semiconductors can be combined with polymers, like I showed these two cases with polyaniline, and they can be used to act as oxygen evolution catalysts, or they can be used for supercapacitor purposes. So I think I will stop here because it is getting very late. It's 12:40. I was supposed to leave at 11:30. It's all right. So I will stop here. Thank you. I will leave now, but if there is some question, I can answer.
Since Professor Ganguly wants to leave, if any questions is there, you can talk to him or write an email to him. Thank you very much for giving a wonderful talk. Today the Government of India is also giving more emphasis for green hydrogen, and your talk tells about the green hydrogen, which is the need of the hour, and then definitely the success in green hydrogen is a game changer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just
I request Dr. P.S.C. Krishnan to felicitate Dr. Ashok Kumar Ganguly. Thank you so much, sir.
Now we will go to the next talk. Next is a keynote address by Professor Dr. Sumanta Panda. He is the HOD of Mechanical Engineering Department, VSS UT Burla. His main interest is in the area of tribology, condition monitoring, bearing dynamics, and robot mechanism. He has published over 50 papers, 3 books, and he has 3 patents. He has guided 5 PhD research scholars and 27 M.Tech students. Dr. Panda is very keen to promote scientific technologies and involved many innovative research activities in the field of mechanical engineering. I welcome Professor Panda. Professor Panda will be talking on optimum design and manufacturing of machine elements for use in electric and hybrid vehicles. Now floor is open to you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And I'm very much thankful to the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to deliver whatever work we have done at BSS UT. We're not great researcher, but some of the work which we have done, that I will share it with you. And in the inaugural session, one of the words which touches my heart is no to plastic and KNOW, no to plastic. I think if you see that punchline, I feel we are in the right track. Whatever we will discuss today is optimum design of and manufacturing of machine element for the use in electric and hybrid vehicles. Actually, we have designed some of the elements, machine elements like gear sets and bearings, and we are searching the potential applications in this hybrid vehicles and electric vehicle. That is our aim, and I feel that this is the right platform to share, because use of this plastic gears in commercial transport vehicle we haven't seen. Some of the researchers have reported in Germany and in some of the European countries that they have used to certain degree of BHP, right? The BHP delivered is around it is around 75, I think 74, 75 in case of Tiago, which they are using in India, and it is around 90 or something around for mg hectare, I think they are developing. But for commercial transport vehicle, it has not been reported till date. And today we will share you some of the things which we have done for metallic gears, and now we are planning it to apply it to some plastic gears, because the most important part of this polymeric gear is that they are quieter in operation. Noise vibrations coming out of that is very less. And another important thing is that the power density, means the power whatever is delivered from a unit volume or unit weight of the component is high. That is another feature which helps you in developing this lightweight material with higher strength, means higher strength to weight. So nowadays people are crying for this environmental friendly vehicles, transport vehicles, and also there is depletion in the fossil fuel, and fossil fuel also generates lots of pollutions. So one of the alternative they have discovered is electricity, not from coal fired, right? Mostly they are relying on the batteries, energy, electricity generated from the batteries there, but still it will also produce pollutions because chemicals we are using. So another aspect is high efficiency and reliable transmission. High efficiency means, as you know, in two sense. One sense is that it should have low or lesser losses, and second is that without stoppage, that it can run very efficiently, right? That is another term. Reliable, as you know, whatever intent means for whatever thing it is being designed, it should deliver that. That is the requirement. That is the probability of delivery. That is what reliability is. So we need a very high reliable system with higher efficiency. And researchers have developed this by manipulating the macro geometry of a gear. Macro geometry, mostly most of the mechanical engineers will understand that the geometry of the gear, face width, module, number of teeth, etc. So they have modified the module and the face width, but it has got disadvantage because they landed, though they have developed this, but they landed in a higher weight of the gear set. So another aspect is the noise and vibration. In electric vehicle, you might have, if you are riding, then you must have felt this. When you just start the vehicle, it will give you a jerk, right? It is because of the sudden loading of the transmission system, because mostly when you talk about transport vehicles, we'll go for induction motor or reluctance switch motor, where the load is to be applied to the load, means the torque is to be applied to the transmission system suddenly. So it will give you jerk and vibration, and gear sets or gearboxes are the major sources of vibration and noise in case of electric vehicles. So in order to take care of all this weight and smoother operation, because the load has to be transmitted to the tooth very smoothly, or it has to be distributed uniformly among 2, 3, whatever is the tooth, the contact ratio. So the aim of this work was to develop a gear set which is done through by two approaches. One is profile modification. A gear has got a profile, you modify the profile, and second thing is tooth sum. Tooth sum means the number of tooth in pinion and gear has to be altered. Then You can increase it, you can decrease it, right? This is the graphical abstract which we have proposed. Some of the things for metallic gears we have done, and we are now planning for a polymer gear, right? If you will be successful in delivering this, definitely it will be a useful technology for the society. The thing is that the abstract, it shows that once you have input to the system, because we are designing a system, so it has got three things. One is the input, second is the system itself, and third one is the output. And most of the design which came across nowadays are not design based problem. Those are all analysis based problem. Analysis based problem means that the system configuration you know, the input you know, only thing is that you have to find out the output, right? By establishing the relations, by understanding the system, that how the system is behaving when there is a change in input. If there is a change in input, then whatever the change in output, that is what analysis based design. Design based problems are those problems where the structure of the system or configuration of the system is not known to you, but the input and output is known to you. A very small example which I can tell you, that you design something which I want to suspend. Suspend means I want to suspend it from the top. If I want to tell you that design a rod, designing of a rod with shape, different shape, circular, square, whatever you need, the cross-sectional shape, that is what is in the hand of the designer. That may be a design based problem. If I will tell you, you find out the diameter of the rod, length of the rod, means it is already having a cylindrical shape. The thing is that you have to find out the dimensions once you know the input, whatever weight it has to suspend or it has to carry, right? So in this case, we have idea about the gear system. It is a spur gear system. The thing is that once you know the input, then you go for the optimization. Once you optimize it, then you go for the CAD model development, because whatever dimensions you will get, with that dimensions, whether I will get the tooth profile or not, that you have to check by the use of CAD profile or developing a CAD model. Once you develop the CAD model, we go for stress analysis. Why we will go for stress analysis? Try to remember this, that in any structural analysis, stress analysis will give you the idea about the distribution of stresses, that is distribution of ultimately the lines of forces. And it will give you an opportunity to identify which are the areas where the stresses are less, but I am having a higher thickness of material. But again with a constraint, with a check. You cannot remove material arbitrarily from any locations, because once you cut the material, you are disturbing the distribution of lines of forces. Once you are disturbing the distribution of lines of forces, definitely one thing will come into picture, that is stress concentration. Once stress concentration will come into picture, then stress again increase at that particular location. And point of stress concentration are the stress reserve which generate cracks or which initiate cracks. So the designer has to take care of this. After this stress analysis, he has to very meticulously verify from where I will get a chance or opportunity to reduce the weight. After going, then two approaches. One is, either you can go for this 3D printing for development of this polymeric gears, or you go for manufacturing of the gear. And in this case, in our projects, what we have done after optimization, that is a very crucial part. Nowadays, people are talking about optimization, AI, neural network, many things, but practical development is not there. वो अपना ऑप्टिमाइज करके छोड़ देता है, बोलता है ये ऑप्टिमाइज सिस्टम है, but where is the product? Somebody will tell you, I don't know, but in manufacturing also, people are optimizing the process parameters and they are landing with the value of the process parameter at 4.2. But sir, if it is 4.2, then the machine on which you are working, whether the machine has got that 4.2 setting or not. If it is not there, then what is the use of that optimization? आप वही बोल देते हैं theoretically कि ये optimized value है, but whether you have checked it, whether that settings are available in your machine, whether those settings are available in your control system, that you have to check. Then only you will be having a end use product. Otherwise, it is in the journal, right? So we have developed this gears, and then we have gone through all this process. These are all identification, or you can say validation of the theoretical result with the experimental result. We have developed this setup, and we have tested the gear, and we have compared the results. Now we are planning for potential application of the gear sets. Please slide. Next. Next slide. Motivations, what I told you is everything I have already discussed. The only thing is that the last one. Avenues for design, development and manufacturing of the transmission unit. Once we will be able to deliver the design and develop the design with the checks, if we will be able to manufacture, then definitely we'll go for a startup and it will generate employability. That is our end goal, right? And these are the reasons for which these are more related to mechanical engineering. I'm not going to talk much about this. This is the reason for which we have chosen this spur gear. These are some of the parameters on which the gear design depends. Those who are from mechanical, they will understand. But the beautiful part of this is that this material property. In the first session, I think one of the honorable speaker, he told material is gene. That is true. In any design, why we people are crying for material? What I feel, the whole engineering is pivoted about this material selection process and material development process. Whatever engineering you talk today, whether it is automobile, whether it is a fridge, whether it is a television set, whether it is a screen, everywhere people are crying for development of new material. Material with proper characteristics to meet the design requirement. And in our case, we used to tell material selection is the stepping stone process of design. Once the designer has got idea about the material which he can use or he can select, then he will land in a better design. So this part was included by one of the scientists in gear design process, and one of the properties. These are more means technical part of this. And the last one which we have selected, because in both fast approach, ISO approach and AGMA approach, AGMA is actually American Gear Manufacturer Association. In both the approach, the thing is that once you design your gear, it meets certain criteria like bending or bending fatigue. Then you check it for surface fatigue or wear load. If it is satisfying, your design is correct. If it is not satisfying, then you go on changing module. Module is a single parameter that this conventional design process turns about. Only the designer will change the module, right? But in optimum design, we need a set of parameter which meets certain design criteria. That design criteria is not single objective. It is multi-characteristics based, means that set of parameter will satisfy certain design criteria, and based on your design or your requirement, you can take decision and you select your types of gear. That is what the beauty of optimization is. And it has certain constraints which are imposed in the design process, because if it is not satisfied, you will land in a infeasible design, but we want feasible design. So these are some of the advantages of this profile shift, and most of the thing is that interference in involute gear is one of the major problem. So this profile shift takes care of it, right? By modifying the profile, you can play with the path of contact, you can change the path of contact, and thereby you can improve the, means avoiding the chances of interference, right? These are some of the methods for profile modifications. I'm not going in detail into it, but yes, you can modify the profile or you can modify the flank. These are some of the advantages. This is the thing which I was talking about, the path of contact, this A, B1, B2 up to this. From B2, the single tooth contact will start and it will end at point D. The designer motives is to reduce this B2, D2 length. Single point tooth of contact has to be avoided because only one pair of tooth will take load. So chances of wear, chances of noise, vibration, etc., deformation is more. Our purpose is that we want more than one pair of tooths should be in contact, so that wear, etc., will be reduced and our life of the gear will be improved. That is the purpose of this. Then this is the advantage of altered to sum. Altered to sum means we will play with the number of tooth of pinion and gear. We can change the tooth within a range. In this case, we have changed 5. If the total sum is 90, we have taken 95 and 85. By taking that, we have modified the profile and we have done the design. These are some of the gaps which was not addressed by different researchers, which we have addressed in our work. I am not going into detail of this because this will be highly technical. So thing is that in this case, the design functions that we will discuss today here is the weight of the gear set and the contact stresses. These are two objectives. In one case, we have taken two objectives. In the second case, we have taken the film thickness, because film thickness also plays an important role because it controls the wear at the tooth contact surface. These are the objectives which I have already discussed. These are some mathematical relations for stress, weight, and film thickness. And this is the wear depth, which I am not discussing here. This is how the design constraints are handled. They are classified into 3 types. One is design constraints, second one is geometric constraint, and third one is the control parameter constraint. Scoring is a type of adhesive wear which occurs in high-speed gears. So that has to be avoided, because once you use these polymer gears also, you will face the problem of this scoring wear. This is how the objectives are formulated. These are all non-dimensional because weight is in kg, or you can say in Newton, and stresses are in Newton per meter, mm square or meter square. So non-dimensional terms we have used. We have divided by W0 sigma 0 by making it non-dimensional, so that 2 constant quantity can be added. And W1, W2 are the weights, which gives importance. If you want higher, means lighter weight of gear, you increase W1. If you want lesser stress in the gear, then you increase W2. It is in the hand of the designer, right? What importance he will give to different objective. You can keep equal also, and this W1 plus W2 should be equal to 1. And here this negative sign is that this is a minimization process. We want the stresses to be minimum, we want the weight to be minimum, but we don't want the film thickness to be minimum. Once the film thickness will be minimum, there will be wear in the tooth. So we want it to be optimum or maximum. That is why the negative sign is there. These are some of the results which we have reported, and what we found is that the stresses and weights are decreasing when we go for a profile modification process, and we have achieved this. These are the convergence characteristics of the optimization of different objectives, and these are the parameters. I am not going to kill much of your time in discussing all this. You can find it is available. And these are some of the reported results for case 1 and case 2, and in both the cases what we found is that the weight we are able to decrease, and we are getting a lesser weight as well as stress, contact stress, and adequate film thickness we are getting. In some case we are getting a lesser thickness, in some case we are getting a hard thickness. Again, it depends upon the end application, whether you want a larger gear or we want a smaller gear, depending on that. This is the results of FEM analysis, and in this process the innovative part is that we are able to suggest the different types of element which can be applied for spore gear meshing. That we have suggested in this, and 3 types of element we have considered: automatic, tetrahedral and hex dominant, and we have also gone for finer meshing and coarser meshing, and we have suggested these are the whole methodology of this, what we have done in this. We have performed sensitivity analysis, identification of key variables, statistical analysis we have used to identify which are the key variables and which are also sensitive to the objective function, because the basic thing of identifying the key variable is that as a designer you should know which key variable is the culprit, because a small change in the key variable, if it resulted in a larger value change in value of the output variable, then definitely that is the main culprit, and you need proper control of that during manufacturing. A slight variation of that will land you in a defective gear. That is what. And this analysis part, and we have developed the experimental test tricks, and we have confirmed the, or we have validated the result. This is the flow chart of that. These are some of the CAD models and FEM analysis results. This is the part which we have developed for metallic gears, structural steel, and EN24 we have used, and this is the part which we have developed after optimization. This is the end product, and we have developed this gear set. And the beautiful part of this is that one of the speaker also in the mornings, he told that our product should be Indian. That is definitely, because when I was a child, at that time also India was a developing country, and now it is also a developing country. So we should think in that direction, and this is a cost effective setup. We have invested hardly 80,000, 70 to 80,000 rupees in developing this, and still our M.Tech students are using this setup for conducting experiment. In this setup we can measure the efficiency of the gear set, we can measure the film thickness, yes, we can measure the temperature rise, viscosity variation, film thickness can be measured, and we can go for the measurement of different parameters, geometric parameters. That is also possible. The thickness of the gear, by measuring the thickness of the gear at different location, we can be able to tell what is the amount of wear which is occurring. Another way is you measure the weight, right? These are the things. These are, we are measuring surface roughness also, the very primitive type of measurement with a profile projector, but also we have a coordinate measuring machine. We have also used CMM for this. Then FTIR analysis, this was done by chemical chemistry department people. We took the help of chemistry department people for analysis of the gear oils after running for more than 400 hours. And then we found some of the things like in certain set of gear, the oxide formation, etc. is going on, so it is degrading. This is one of the way to monitor the gear, and number of particulates present in the gear oil also we have measured. Then we have used filtergram method to filter the gear oil for wear debris analysis. Wear debris is one of the process where debris analysis will give you certain idea about the types of wear and the location of the wear. That is the beautiful part of wear debris analysis, where the shape, size of the wear debris and the color of the wear debris also gives you some idea. Then we have measured the noise and vibration of the gear set, and we found that negatively altered to some gears has got better results. So then we want to check whether in case of polymers gear we will achieve this or not. That is going on. And this is one of the thing which we have developed a optimized bearing, right, a rolling element bearing. And in this case we have developed this design, and we have printed it with the help of a 3D printer. And the part, if you will see, there are no cages here. In bearing, the most important part is the cages, because it controls the mobility of the ball, and none of the manufacturer, you go and search in the internet, none of the manufacturer is sharing the geometry of these cages. So as a designer, what we did is that we took a bearing, we broke it, then we measured all the dimensions, and then we go for a CAD model development, and then we come up with a bearing with case. This is also a polymer bearing. And this is the design check for this. We have used a 3D scanner for this. This is what reverse engineering is. You take a 3D picture of this. There is a software called Geomagic Design X. It will give you the volume of this. Once you know the density of the material, you can check the weight, and you can compare with your theoretical developments what we have done in your design. This we have done. And these are some of the future works which we are planning for this gear set, that maybe we will take help of ML and AI for selection of the material, because material field is so vast, then it becomes very difficult to select proper material. Second thing is that we want to introduce IoT into this. The beautiful part of this is that nowadays controlling biker speed is one of the important aspect. अब यार बच्चे लोग जाते हैं, they used to means speed up their bike on the busy road, right? Through IoT we can control the speed. How? We will link our gear set, all the parameters through IoT. It will be transferred to the cloud. From the cloud, the message will go to the parents that your son is speeding his bike, and then father will send message to the cloud. From cloud it will come to the system, and the gear will be disengaged. उसको पता भी नहीं चलेगा, गियर डिसएंगेज हो जाएगा, वो अपना एक्सीलेटर घुमाता रहेगा. That we have planned, but to what extent we are in talk with National Instrument, and we are planning. If we will get the chips, definitely will incorporate. This is what about, and these are some of the publications from this gear design. This is the patent which we have done. With this, thank you. If you have any queries, you can ask.
Thank you, Professor Panda. Any questions? One questions if you want. I don't want to stay in between your lunch and the lecture. Okay, you can have a discussion with him after this lecture. Professor Panda was talking about the various factors influencing the gear design. He was also done some chemical studies on the oil aspect, and he was also talking about the electric vehicles, which is the nowadays you can see a lot of electric vehicles are going in the roads. But one problem with the electric vehicle now we have to think about that. What about the batteries at the end of the life? That needs that researchers should look into that. That is the one thing which is needed. I would like to say that the first speaker, Professor Ganguly, he was talking about the various semiconductors, and then on the photoelectrochemical studies. Since he was not having time, I did not ask for any questions from you, but both lectures were very much informative and it was very thought-provoking. Thank you very much, Professor Panda, for giving a nice talk.
I request Dr. P.S.C. Krishnan sir to felicitate Dr. Sumant Kumar Panda. Sir. Thank you very much, sir. I request Dr. P.C. Padi sir to felicitate Dr. P.S.C. Krishnan sir. Thank you very much, sir.
कृष्णन सर पाखे अच्छे नहीं आसन नहीं आसन Hello. So good afternoon. We will now move to our parallel sessions. One session is here on manufacturing engineering theme. Another one will be on materials, which will be at video conference room, second floor. So to chair the session for this oral presentations, I invite Dr. Sumant Panda sir, Head of the Department and Associate Professor, Mechanical Engineering, BSSUT Burla. Just now we had listened to sir. So sir, I request you to chair the session for this oral presentations. All the participants are now requested to load their presentations. Some of them have already loaded. Dr. Rahul Rane is there. Rahul Rane, yeah. Sir, you please load your presentation. Dr. Deepak Bhimrao. Dr. Deepak, okay. Sir, please.
Now I invite Dr. Deepak Bhimrao Magar. His topic is role of integration of Internet of Things and Artificial Intelligence in achieving smart manufacturing process. Please, sir.
good afternoon to everyone. So my topic is about evaluation of banana fabrics for footwear fabrication. So why we need to go for the, it's not working. Okay. So why we need to go for a banana fabric for footwear? Already we are having a lot of materials for footwear, right? Like leather, textile materials, and some synthetic materials too. So synthetic materials is like PU, PVC, coated fabrics, and non-textile fabrics like cotton, jute, everything is there. So why precisely we are going for natural fabrics? Because nowadays, there is a sustainable growth in the market for vegan materials. Hello. So nowadays there is a sustainable growth for the vegan materials. So in 2014, the vegan material market have been started, and it is slowly, drastically getting increased day by day. And by 2023, right, 12% of the vegan market is being expanded, and this is a drastic thing in footwear fabrication. So now, and also the conventional materials for making footwear is leather and non-leather materials. So these materials are getting, non-leather materials, we have environmental concerns. And in leather materials, the price is getting high. Even today, you are not supposed to buy a leather footwear, not less than 2,000 rupees. So these are the primary concerns for the study. And most of the natural materials, almost 80% of natural material will be cotton-based one, and 20% will be based on silk, jute, flax, hemp, sisal, and banana. So here the fibers that we have identified for footwear fabrication is sisal, banana, soya, and eri, muga, and falf. So basically falf is the pineapple fibers. And banana, why particularly we are focusing on banana is almost 70 million metric tons of banana production has been happening in our country, and Tamil Nadu is the leading producer of banana. So we have an abundance of raw material, and even during monsoons we will be having cyclones and all. So during this cyclone we will be having agricultural waste based on banana. So this total waste also has to be converted into value addition, and this waste can be consumed into yarns, and from yarns we can make fabrics. So that's the concept behind this study. And this is the material description. Actually we went many material combinations, and when we take fabrics, warp and weft are a very important one. So we took a banana in warp and weft, and we took a banana and cotton, and we took other materials too, but other materials are not that much effective in terms of results. Only banana to banana and banana to cotton gives us a convincible results. So here EPI and PPI. So what is the EPI is ends per inch, and PPI is picks per inch. So which deals with the warp and weft. So the count will be comprehensively banana 27 and 26 gives a good results, and in cotton and banana 24 to 22 that gives a good thing. And particularly when we are going for fabrics, the weave type and the twist of the yarn also plays a major role in the strength. So here we used Oxford weave type and S-twist yarns. And these are the mechanical properties that we have subjected for. And for fabric and leather, we have used tensile strength, elongation and break, and tear strength and color fastness particularly. And these are the product evaluation tests which will be done for products for sole bond strength. So sole bond strength is not normally, it is the the bottommost part of the footwear and the upper part of the footwear. So the both will be fused together. So for that, we should need to have a bonding strength. So that we call as a sole bond and eyelet pull-out strength, which is generally we lace the shoes. So while lacing the shoe, the eyelet should not come out of the thing. So that also has to be cast by the fabric. So that strength we need to study, and heat insulation and flexing index. So flexing index is nothing but while walking we'll be having a flexing. So those flexing we need to study in this. And these were the mechanical properties. Interestingly here, we can see that S1 is more superior than leathers and S2. And normally in fabrics, warp fabrics will have a superior strength properties than the weft fabrics. And when compared to in tear strength, the leather has a superior hand. This is just because of the fiber orientation of the leather. And this is a FTR analysis, and this is a some SEM analysis. So the second thing we can see, it is a cow nubuck leather, which is a type of leather which we do on the surface phenomenon. So when we examine that, while seeing the cow nubuck leather, it will be like a velvety feel. But when you cross-examine with SEM, it will be like a dusty fibers, random fibers. So this is one of the reason why the leather also gives more tear strength than the fabrics. And this is a gravimetric analysis. So where we can study about the thermal properties of the fabric and as well as leather. So in fabric, we have a 3-point degradation, and in leather we have a 2-point degradation. But in fabric, the degradation maximum peak will start at 250 degree and it ends at 410 degrees. But the leather will completely degrade at 340 degrees. So these were the some prototypes which we've been developed by us, and one of the prototypes have been transferred for a brand called Kickers. So this is what the prototype which we developed, and it has been transferred to the brand called Kickers. And here we can see we have cotton combined with banana, and it is a banana cum banana, and it is a banana strands. So it is not a banana fiber, it is a banana strands. So we can weave that, and we can have different coral structures. Yes, sir. And this is a product evaluation strength, where you can see the strength of the leather is around 5 Newton per mm, but when banana fabric gives a 5.1, which is a slightly superior, but comparatively it is a huge thing in footwear. And eyelet pull strength also, we can see 36 Newton per mm is the strength, which is huge than the leather. And in terms of flexing index also, banana shows a good results. And this is a thermal insulation. So in thermal insulation, banana is relatively lesser than the leather, but when it is been fused together, leather and banana fabric, it gives a good value, which is a 6.82. So generally here thermal insulation should be, the value should be low, it should not be higher, because the heat that should not be allowed in the shoe. The heat should be outer medium of the shoe. And these were the, so banana fabric has a higher tensile strength, and it is comparatively cheaper than the leather, and also it is a eco-friendly thing, and it is a, by having these kind of things, we also train the artisans and also farmers for giving their material and giving some interventions in designs to improve their livelihoods. Thank you.
From the audience, any questions or queries related to this? A very good presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, it is a very good presentation, but one of my question is that, sir, how the availability of that banana fiber,
Yes, sir.
is it good for sustainability, but in long life, is it possible every time to get it in time to use it in commercial way?
Yes, sir, it is possible, sir. Because now, like, in Kerala and all, every year, throughout the year, we are having banana fabrics, banana bags are there nowadays. So it is pretty possible, sir, for getting all these things.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Just couple of questions.
Yes,
when
sir.
you compare the banana with leather, what about the longevity when you are using in the shoe?
So
And
longevity is slightly lesser only, sir. Than when compared to leather, longevity will be lesser. But in terms of manufacturing and in terms of sustainability, this comes a bigger one.
yeah, another thing you said something on the thermal conductivity or thermal
Yes,
insulation.
thermal insulation.
What about the breathability?
So breathability will be good in banana than synthetics. Actually, leather unique property is breathability, and since the fabric also has a slight small pores in the weave time, so it also has a breathability. So that is why the heat insulation fails when we have a banana fabric separately.
Have you tried on non-woven also?
Non-woven, right now we didn't try, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The next presenter is Dr. Srihari Dodla from IIT-BHU. His topic is identification of material parameters for copper alloys using ML AI approach. Okay, Mr. Dr. Rahul Rane is from Tata Auto, and his topic is SMC composites for lightweight mobility solutions.
Thank you. Good afternoon all. I have come with my colleague Dr. Ashwini Kumar Mishra. He's the senior manager in Tata Autocom Systems Composite Division. And today we are going to discuss about SMC composites for lightweight mobility solutions. Next slide, please. Not working. So these are the contents of my presentation. I'm going to discuss why lightweighting is important. Then we're going to talk about the sheet molding compound manufacturing, which is the core manufacturing process of our company. Then some of the latest innovations we have done with SMC. And this being a thermoset composite, sustainability is always in a question. So we have taken some initiative towards the sustainability part. Next slide, please. Not working. Yeah, it's working. Or you pressed it, or it's working? You pressed it. Please help me. Thank you. So go to the next slide, please. Okay, can you play the video? Yeah. There are more than 140 vehicles running on the roads all over the world, generating lot of tailpipe emission. The main component of which is the carbon dioxide, which apparently we cannot see. But if we could see, then we would realize how much emission is being generated. More than 400 to 500 crores of CO2 is being emitted by the transport industry all over the world. And to control this, next slide please. Yeah, to control this, the different governments all across the world are imposing stringent emission norms in order to reduce the amount of carbon dioxide that is coming out of the tailpipe. And the amount of CO2 is supposed to be go down substantially below 100 grams per kilometer of travel. Next slide please. Here in India also, as you may be aware, we have BS6 and CAFE phase 2 norms in place. so which requires the carbon dioxide emission to be at 113 gram per kilometer of travel. And this is easier for lighter vehicles or petroleum based vehicles, but if the vehicle is big or diesel based, then it becomes difficult. Additionally, next, because of the enhanced safety, comfort and styling and infotainment connectivity, lot of bought out items or ancillaries are being put it in the vehicle, and which ultimately increase the weight of the vehicle, and the lightweighting or the fuel efficiency challenge becomes even more difficult to solve. Next slide please. Nonetheless, the OEMs all across the world and in India are taking different approaches. So wherein they are enhancing the efficiency, like enhancing the thermal efficiency, then tire rolling resistance is being reduced. Then they are making the engines more efficient through different techniques. Next. Then smoothen driving experience. Next. Alternate use like electric vehicles or hydrogen powered fuel cell based vehicles. But nonetheless, whatever the powertrain we use, the weight of the vehicle is still a challenge. So lightweighting is an important aspect for all the OEMs, and they are taking desperate measures to reduce the weight of the vehicle. Next please. So and rightly so, because if for a vehicle, if we can reduce the weight of the vehicle by around 10%, it can enhance the fuel efficiency by almost 6 to 8% for IC engine. For electric vehicle, it means the range can be improved by 10%. So if there is 10% reduction in the weight of the vehicle, that immediately translates to 10 gram less carbon dioxide per kilometer of travel for that vehicle. And composites can help, as we all are from the polymer and composite background, so you probably know that composites can help in a great way. Next. So here is one example of this small commercial vehicle of Tata Motors, wherein we have replaced the metal 2-panel assembly which weighed 6 kilo by a single integrated composite panel which weighed just 3 kilo. So here we have reduced the weight by 50%. So with composites, 20 to 50% weight reduction is easily possible. Additionally, these are rust free and have better insulation and NVH properties. Next slide please. So this is I think a very preliminary knowledge for all of us. Composites is basically a combination of matrix and filler additives and fibers to get the desired properties which individual elements cannot give us. So the elements or the matrices marked in red are the thermosetting polymers, wherein we cannot recycle them once they are cured. So I'm going to talk about the thermoset composite only. So next slide please. So within the realm of the thermoset composite, there are various manufacturing processes. Depending on the mechanical performances we desire, the productivity gets compromised. So if we need high performance materials, then the number of parts that can be produced in one shift or per day are lower. So in automotive industry, we want to go for mass producing technologies. So that's why we are focusing on the SMC, which is the sheet molding compound technology. Next please. So this video will show you how it works. Can you play the video? So here the glass fibers which are in the roving form are getting carried by those plastic pipes and getting chopped. Here the resin paste is being poured on the doctor box, which gets carried by the carrier film, and the chopped glass fibers are being poured on that resin paste, which then goes to the next station. Here another film that is carrying the resin paste is combining with that glass fiber. So the glass fiber are essentially getting sandwiched between two layers of the resin paste, and then it goes through a set of compressing rollers to get a molding compound. It is in the form of sheet, that's why it's called SMC or sheet molding compound. So this sheet molding compound is then matured. So here the operator will check whether the glass fiber wetting is okay or not. What is the gram per square meter of the resin, if proper glass fiber loading has been happening or not. Next slide please. So pictorially we can show it like this. So we do mix different ingredients, organic and inorganic, then the paste is being pumped to the SMC line where it gets combined with the glass fiber. The sheet molding compound manufactured here is matured and then cut to the required charge and compression molded at high temperature and pressure to get a molded part. Next slide. So it is based on unsaturated polyester reaction, peroxide based reaction where free radicals are formed and the 3D cross-linking takes place. Next slide please. So there are the certain advantages of SMC. So we get 20 to 25% weight reduction over steel. We have developed new density, low density SMCs which can bring additional weight saving. So we can save 35 to 50% weight saving against steel parts. Noise reduction is better than metals, 100 times sound damping against metals. Yeah. Then crash safety is better because they rely on the fracture toughness, the composite. And then design freedom is better. We can design for space, optimum space. We have customized functionalities, which was the another part of my presentation where we are going to show various innovations that we have done with respect to the traditional SMC composites. But due to the constraint of time, I'll have to skip that part. But lower program cost is another. We need single tool as against metals will require multiple tools. The tool cost is lower, 40% lower than the steel tool, and the tool development time is also low. So we can launch the product quickly to the market. We can develop the tool within 6 to 8 weeks. Next slide please. So these are the various applications where the SMC composite parts are being used. Next. So tractor is another segment where we are supplying these parts. Next. So these are the latest innovations. I will just run through them. So here we have reduced the weight further by 30 to 50%. We have applied and have granted 3 patents for this work. Next slide. Yeah, this one we developed for Aston Martin. Their weight reduction can be further reduced by 40 to 50%. So that we haven't commercialized it but developed. Next. Then we have developed Class A SMC. This is the aesthetically superior parts required by the European customers. Next. We have developed fire retardant composites to prevent the thermal runaway situation in electric batteries. That is for all the electric vehicles of Tata Motors that you see on the road have the batteries which are covered with the leads that we are supplying. Next. We are also working on the tray part, which is the load bearing application. We are also developing a composite which is conductive for the EMI EMC compliance. Next. So this is a structural application where we develop the cargo body of a 4x4 pickup truck of Tata Motors. So here you can see 3 people jumping on it and nothing happening to it. Next slide please. Even in case of tractors, our traditional customer, we've been supplying innovative SMCs wherein we have developed an SMC which can be molded at lower tonnage. Next. We have also developed composites for rugged applications like backhoe loader, where one of the requirement was ball drop test, where a 15-pound ball is dropped from 9 feet height, and it is supposed that part is not supposed to crack. Next. Then we have developed parts for metros for which have requirement of anti-graffiti and stringent requirement for this fire smoke toxicity or FST. Next slide please. Then as I said, for the sustainability, next. Sustainability, what we are doing is right now we are grinding those parts and giving it to the cement cleaners where that material is doing twofold job. One is it acting as fuel, and also the glass fiber in it is actually acting as a reinforcement for the cement. Next. But going forward we want to utilize that waste, SMC composite waste, for our parts, wherein we will incorporate some percentage in our material formulations to manufacture the parts. We have proven this concept and we have scaled up to a certain level up to 2 metric ton, and we are looking for the ways to, you know, do it at a bulk scale, the powder manufacturing. Next, and last but not the least, this is the resin that we have used, which is based on recycled polyester bottles. So here also this will be commercialized soon, and Dr. Mishra is working on that. So that's all from my side. Thank you for giving this opportunity, and without ado between you and your lunch, we can take a break. If you have any questions, I'm open to answer 1 or 2 questions. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon to all. Welcome to my talk. I am Srihari Dodla. So today I am going to give a talk on identification of the material parameters for the copper alloy. So there is a small modification in the title. Not only with the machine learning AI approach, also there is also another approach has been used for identification of the material parameters, that is Leeuwenberg-Marquardt algorithm. So why copper alloys? These copper silver materials, they are used as the conductor wires for the pulsed magnets. Pulsed magnets are the strongest magnets in operation. They can generate extremely high magnetic fields, and the maximum peak of the magnetic field is dependent on the strength and conductivity of the wire used to manufacture the magnet. The main requirements for the conductor wires are high mechanical strength to resist the electromagnetic forces, high electrical conductivity, and sufficient ductility for a crack-free deformation of the wire. So in the pure form, copper, it is having very low strength. To increase the strength, one of the possibilities is you have to take the element in the same group of the periodic table, and you can expect for the eutectic structure higher strength it is going to be obtained. And another way to increase the strength of the material is cold working operation. So you can expect that higher strength and hardness when you perform the metal forming operation in the cold working condition. So you can see that for pure copper it is having the low strength, and when you add the silver, you can see there is a rise in the strength, and this strength value it will increase with increase in the drawing strain. So this copper silver materials with two-phase structure having higher strength, and also cold working of these composites also it will increase the strength of the material. So I will show some experiments, and then I will take it to the material parameter identification. So the material, you can see that sample copper silver alloy at different magnification. You can see the microstructure and also the lamellar structure present in that in the transverse direction, and also we can look at the EBSD measurements to look at that whether there is a same orientation for both the faces inside the grain. And to look at that whether there is a texture present in the material, So pole figure analysis has been done using the raw data. So from that, distribution function has been constructed. Once the distribution function is constructed, so you can approximate to the different number of crystallographic orientation. In this particular case, 100 discrete orientation has been taken. So for the pure copper case and the silver case, and for the 100 cranes distribution, you can see that pole figure as well as the orientation distribution function. And for the compression test, we have taken the samples in two different directions, and the stress strain analysis has been performed. Coming to identification of the material parameters, so we use the elasto-viscoplastic material model. Here P is nothing but the plastic transformation tensor. So that is identity when we are in the elastic region. When we are in the elastoplastic region, P is not equal to identity. P is invertible tensor. So let's say like K0 and Kp be two elastic laws of the same material point before and after an plastic deformation. So the current elastic law can be represented as a constant reference elastic law and a plastic transformation tensor. So this P is identity when we are in the elastic region. They both are the same. When we are in the elastoplastic region, that P becomes not equal to identity tensor. So we can write down this elastic law in the reduced form. And to find out the resolved shear stress, we can project this second Pila-Kirchhoff stress tensor onto the Schmidt tensor. We are going to get the resolved shear stress. So the evolution of the plastic transformation is given in this particular fashion. So for the identification of the material parameters, we use the Ohs type hardening law. So in this particular case, we have 4 different hardening parameters, and also we have the reference shear rate and the strain rate sensitivity parameter. So at time t equal to 0 at the beginning stage, elastic part of deformation gradient is nothing but the orientation tensor, and all slip system harden in the same manner. And for identification of the material parameters using Taylor model, so we are going to prescribe the deformation process. Once we prescribe the deformation process, and also we are going to supply the initial deformation gradient and also the internal variables, that is Z, and we are going to get the updated stresses by updating the deformation gradient and also updating the internal variables. And the deformation process can be prescribed in this fashion, and by using the deformation process and also the material parameters. As I said before, 2 flow parameters and 4 hardening parameters can be used for optimizing the material parameters. So once you supply this data, and we are going to get the simulation stresses as a function of time and also the number of parameters, and from the experimental observations, and we can reduce this error. So once the error is reduced, so whatever the parameters they are fitted, so those parameters can be used for the validation of the material model. So these are the fitted parameters, and then once the experimental as well as the numerical work having the lower error. So next come to the machine learning AI based approach. So as I said before, in this particular case, tau c is a function of gamma, resolved shear stress is a function of shear strain. So yeah. Okay, we can identify these parameters by using machine learning AI approach. So we can supply the data, and from that particular data we can generate these parameters, finding out the mean absolute error, and from that you can train different MI machine learning as well as the AI models, and from that we can say that what are the optimized parameters having the lower mean AE value. So you can see that for each parameter we are going to give a different bound, and whichever having the lower values, let's say like at this particular region we have the lower values. So tau c naught, tau s, theta naught and theta infinity, for those particular low error values it will be captured. These are the, once the parameters are fitted, so once the stress strain curve is fitted, and these are the optimized parameters. And so in total we have trained 7 models, and we can say that comparison of R2 score and also root mean square error and also mean absolute error. So some experimental observation has been given, and then mechanical deformation behavior has been studied experimentally. Then that has been compared with the material model, Taylor based material model, and also it compared with the machine learning AI based model. So the best parameters has been fitted. These parameters can be used for the validation of the model. Thank you for your attention. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you. Thank you.
Sinu Sangamitra from NIT Durgapur. Our topic is development of composite polymer coated super hydrophobic glass surface for water drop manipulation. Please.
One 110. So good afternoon everyone. I am Sinu Sangamitra and this is my topic, development of composite polymer coated super hydrophobic glass surface for water drop manipulation. Next. Next slide. So these are my contents. Next slide. Okay, sir. So just a briefing that what is a super hydrophobic surface before saying about this, what I have done, what not. So basically super hydrophobic, that means above or more than 150 degree. Hydrophobic is basically the materials which used to repel the water, and hydrophilic which basically attracts the water. So we are basically focusing on the super hydrophobic, and super hydrophobic is basically the surface which is having a contact angle around more than 150 degree or more than 150 degree. So what we have done here is that first initially we had taken a glass slide, then we created the roughness with the sandpaper. That is basically first we created the roughness using the sandpaper, that is a 400 grit size. Then we created the roughness using the 2000 grit size. That was basically was done for 10 minutes, and then we means with the process, with the help of the sonicator, we cleaned it using it first initially with the acetone, then with the ethanol, and then we used the DI water. Then what was done was the sample was directly dried in the hot air for around 60 degree, and then here we have used silane. So here arises a question that why we have used silane here. So the main reason for using the silane here is that so that we can improve the roughness. So when we are improving the roughness, so the contact angle will also be more. That's why here we are using a silane. And even one more reason for using the silane is that when we are using silane, it is also acting as an adhesive. Means when actually I will be showing you the different results of contact angle what we have done. Because when we are using directly polypropylene, so it will get detached. But when we are using it with the silane, means first initially we coated it with the silane, and then we coated it with the polypropylene. So it sticked over on the glass surface, and we had a good result. And then we, after that, we dried at around 80 degree for 3 hours. Then we find our final modified glass surface. So this is the surface modification we had done with different concentrated, that is, as I said, silane and polypropylene. So first we had used one weight by volume percentage, that is giving a contact angle of 100 degree to 105 degree. So in that we had used, in 3 of the cases we have used silane and polypropylene, but first one it is for the 1 weight by volume, second is the 3 weight by volume percentage, and third is the 6 weight by volume percentage. And here arises another question, why we had basically used 1, 3 and 6. One basically, here 3 cases we have taken, and that was basically on the trial and error method. So when we had a literature review, most of the cases there it was 0.6, 0.8, so accordingly we thought of using at 1 weight by volume percentage, and when we are using at 1 weight by volume percentage, we observed that the polymer was not sticking properly and it was coming out. Means when we are going for the, here we have also used the drop condensation process, as there are 2 types of condensation, that is one is drop wise, another one is film wise, and here we are focusing on the drop wise condensation. And when we are used at 1, so it was not properly sticking around, and same goes with 6. 6 was also more, that's why there was, you can see that here the polymer is being not being properly sticking and it is coming out, and rather when we used it with the 3 weight by volume percentage, the contact angle was somewhat 150 degree to 155 degree, somewhat more, and also we had a proper drop wise condensation here. So as I was saying that why we have used silane and polypropylene, you can see that when we are using the, we are observing the contact angle. For normal glass, it was around 45 degree to 50 degree. And then with the modification, by only when we used the sandpaper, that was the contact angle 100 degree to 105 degree. Now when we used with the 2000 roughness sandpaper and only modified polypropylene was used, so the contact angle was 125 to 130 degree, but we got the best result by using the silane and polypropylene, that was around 150 degree to 155 degree. That was the somewhat the main reason here we used the silane and even the polypropylene. So these are my same results. As you can see, that is only with the 2000 grid size sandpaper, and this one is the 2000 grid sandpaper with silane and polypropylene. And here the roughness, these 2 images are showing the roughness surface, means what was the roughness, which basically we are focusing on the roughness only. Then these were the few patterns, actually we are mainly focused. Sir? Yes, sir. And we are focusing on the as we are focusing on the condensation, that is the first application is the condensation. So here we have taken 4 glass surfaces, and we have calculated the glass substrate permeate flux, here in which we got the maximum in the square pattern, that is basically in this one you got the maximum result. So accordingly, without coating, fully coated and strip pattern with all those 4 patterns we have tried. And this is the self-cleaning, what is another application. Before one was the condensation, and this one is the self-cleaning. As you can see that how the water droplets are when we are, here is a video also. Oh, sorry. Can you please? No. Now here you can see that how the self-cleaning is being done when we are putting the water droplet on the surface, as you can see, which is our one of the application. And finally, this is my conclusion. So when we, the conclusion is that when we use for a hydrophilic, we are taking a hydrophilic glass, which is around 45 to 50 degree. And when we are rubbing it with the sandpaper, somewhat there was improvisation, but when we used both the silane and polypropylene, there was a good improvisation of the contact angle, which was around 152 to 155 degree. So, and for now we are focusing on applications like self-cleaning and condensation, but means further we are planning to basically focus only on the condensation only. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Any queries from the audience? Yes.
why you specifically use vinyl trimethoxysilane when there are so many other silanes where they're like aminopropyl?
I do agree there are many other kinds of silane also, but the main reason for using that VTMOS, the main reason is that when we are using that kind of silane, we are getting a proper rough surface, which we are not getting means when we are comparing with other silane, we are not getting that proper rough surface. That's why here mainly we are using for VTMOS.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am. Yes, sir.
Whatever you have done, yes, then experiment and.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am speaking on the topic development of green functionalized polyvinyl alcohol and starch composite films incorporated with carbon for vegetable wrapping. Next slide. It's not working. Next slide. Next slide. This is my presentation outline. Basically, what's packaging? Packaging is a process in which we wrap our material so that it reaches the customer in a proper way so that they can use it for their future purpose. These are the properties of food packaging. These are the This is my experimental work here. I have used PVA with carbon char. Why I have taken carbon char? Generally, we use PVA for food packaging. PVA is a synthetic polymer, which is a good polymer for food packaging, but it takes a longer time for biodegradation. But when we are using carbon char with a PVA material, it takes a lesser time for its biodegradation process, and it's a good one for the food packaging. Here I have taken carbon char, which I have prepared by hydrothermal process by banana peels. This is the characterization of the carbon char. Here I have done FTIR, where I have taken the dry banana peels and the carbonized banana peels, and there the peaks difference is at 3,100 centimeter inverse, and another is at 3,200 centimeter inverse. These are the same image where we can see in dry banana peels, it's a rough surface, but when it comes to a carbonized char, the surface is smooth and the size of the carbon char is also reduced. This is the morphological image of my films. First one, I have taken PVA starch glycerol. Second is PVA starch glycerol with 1% carbon char. Third is PVA starch glycerol with 2.5% carbon char, and the last one is PVA starch glycerol 5% carbon char. In all the four same images, I can see that in The last one where I have taken more percentage of carbon char, there is a rough surface as compared to the rest of the three, and the heterogeneity of the film has increased. This is the FTIR image of my film samples. In all the 4 samples, there is a shift in peak due to the increase in the amount of carbon char. It's the wetting, then it's the wetting behavior of my carbon char. In all the 4 samples I have seen, in the final one, that is the PVA starch glycerol carbon char 5%, the water contact angle has increased to 55.6 degree as compared to the rest of the 3 films. Then it comes the water barrier properties of the film. First one is the moisture content. In all the 4 samples I have seen, when I have taken PVA starch carbon 5%, the moisture content retention ability is increased because as we have taken carbon and its increasing percentage, it helps to retain the moisture very easily. Then it comes for water vapor transmission rate. Again, in all the 4 samples, I can see that the PVA starch glycerol carbon char 5%, the moisture retention ability is 45.23 gram per meter square per hour, as carbon helps in containing the water vapor, so the water vapor concentration rate has decreased. Then is the mechanical strength of my films. For PVA starch carbon, it's 14.22 MPa, and for PVA starch carbon 5% is 10.25 MPa. For elongation in all the 4 films, I can say that the PVA starch glycerol carbon char 5% shows the 90% elongation, which is very good for our food packaging purpose. This is my application of food packaging films. Here I have taken the lemons and I have stored it in a room temperature of 60 to 32 degrees centigrade, and even after 15 days, I can say that the PVA starch glycerol carbon char 5%, still that lemon is fresh and it can be further stored for next 10-15 days. This is my conclusion. From here I can conclude that in the PVA starch glycerol carbon char 5% shows a better properties for food packaging. It has a good moisture content and water vapor transmission rate, and it shows a longer longevity life and the shelf life as compared to the other films. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Any queries from the audience? No? Thank you.
Thanks.
Krutibas Khuntia from BSSUT Bulla, Design Optimization of Composite Spore Gear for Industrial Applications, a review.
Adorable Chairperson, respected faculty members and participants, and my dear others present over here. So my topic is design optimization of composite spore gear for industrial application, a review. So mostly I have concentrated upon composite spore gear over the metallic spore gear, because composite is having certain advantages compared with the other counterpart, that is reduced weight, noise, vibration, as well as it will be having not the lubrication issue, as well as the electrical and mechanical thermal insulation are also very significant compared with the metallic spore gears. So first of all, I would like to go with 139 abstract ID 139. So, so directly we are moving towards the first, that is composites for industrial executes. Next slide. Next. So here, if you'll be looking at the industrial executes, first of all, it will be very much influential in case of the automotive sector. Well, so basically, I have concentrated in this my review approach. I have basically concentrated upon the design as well as optimization portfolios. Next is. So here, all the most of the literatures are basically focusing upon the design, and let us look at the exact aspects which are involved in this design. So first is application requirement. So application requirement basically place to place, or we can say from point to point, the application normally the execution is varies. So upon that, the designer must be aware of. And next to that, we'll be having the material selection. So material selection exactly is a huge thing upon which the designer must be aware of, so that it could be of maximum productive output. So next is gear parameters that already we have very much aware of, that modules, face width, pressure angle. So these parameters designer must be previous slide. So likewise, next is load analysis, and here load, torque, all those things must be carefully adjusted in order to maximize the efficiency. And next to that, we will be having the stress criteria, that is bending and shear, whatever fatigue stress. So all those stresses must be very much focused upon in order to have a better output. Next is tooth profile design, in order to minimize the lubrication as well as lubrication, and proper selection must be proper profile of the gear must be considered. Next to it will be having the bonding method. Bonding method, basically the composite are having two things, that is one is core part, and the second is the outer part. And here, if it will be properly bonded, like adhesives, or you can say mechanical fastening, or interference fits, so those things are carefully adjusted in order to have a better design output. Next is the designer must be very much focused upon the lubrication, and next to it will be having the prototype and testing. So basically, whatever design it may be, it has been come out, so that must be prototype must be developed, and the sufficient testing must be carried out in order to have a better output or a better product. Next is manufacturing. So all as it is basically a key feature or key aspect, so manufacturing processes must be very much carefully considered from the design concern. Next is quality control. So all the quality measures are to be implemented, so that a nice design output has to be come up. And next is installation and maintenance. So starting from after the composite gears are being produced, from starting from the maintenance to its disposal, all those things has to be carefully adjusted. So next is next slide. So here next is I have very putting concentration upon the optimization limitation concerned with composite spur gear. So first is optimization goal, which particular part, which particular application the composite spur gear is going to be involved. Then material selection, as we have a very big material database, so out of that particular materials must be considered. Next is gear parameters. So as already I have speak upon, that is module, then face width, pressure angles. So those parameters has to be carefully considered for the optimization tool. Next is we'll be having the load analysis. So as we have already aware of, that is a load as well as a torque. So all those things has to be carefully monitored in order to have a optimized output. Next is the stress analysis. So already I have speak upon lightweight design. So lightweight design. Next is noise reduction, efficiency improvement. So in this particularly surface treatment, if we will look at surface treatment where the lubrication as well as the heat treatment processes, coatings must be carefully considered for a optimized output. Advanced bonding techniques also we have already I have already told upon, that is adhesive bonding, mechanical fastenings. Sir. So prototyping and testing, manufacturing optimization. So in this, if we will look at the life cycle analysis, where starting from the maintenance to its disposal, the composite spar gear has to be carefully adjusted so that a optimized product can be come up. So iterative process. So as all of us, we are very much comfortable against the word optimization. So it is one iterative or complex process. So lot of hit and trial method must be adopted in order to get one optimized product. So next slide. As I have already mentioned, it is I have carefully look at the composite spar gear into the electric vehicle, electric or hybrid automotives. So these are the portfolios or parameters upon which it can be very carefully look upon. That is torque, load requirements, material selection. So already these points have already been discussed. Next slide. So moving into the conclusion part, the first is selective analysis and experimentation are pivotal. That is basically the composite spar gear when it is going to involve in practical applications. So careful selection of the careful selection and as well as analysis must be carried out in order to have a in order to get optimum functionality as well as durability of the object. So next to that, I am having in my conclusion part, optimizing composite spar gears is a complex and iterative process, as I have already shows. Next, last one is designing a composite spar gear for electric vehicle. Since we must to have some understanding, that is basically some fundamental understanding upon the gear mechanics, material science, and electric vehicle drivetrain. So these are the fundamental or rudimentary parts we must to be look upon for a better composite spar gear. Next, future scope. So here basically a lot of researches are being conducted upon these composite spar gear in order to have a better cost as well as manufacturing constraints, and finally it should be durable. So likewise, all the researches, all the efforts must be carried upon to showcase these particular events. And last one is the it's important to note that the adoption of new materials and technology in the industry, automotive industry. So these new materials and technology are not exactly fitting with the industry, because the rigorous testing, safety standards, and regulatory requirements. So due to these, the new materials and technology are not involved spontaneously in our market. So with this, I would like to conclude my speech. So these are the references.
Any queries from the audience? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All total we have 7 papers which were very nicely presented by the researchers, and I'm very much thankful to the researcher and the audience because they were very involved, and some of the audience, they have also asked questions. So thank you. With this we will conclude this session. Thank you, sir.
Hello. now I request our principal, Dr. P.C. Padhi sir, to felicitate Dr. Sumant Panda sir. Thanks sir for chairing this session, and it is really very much difficult to have that patience before lunch to wait for the lunch, but still so thank you all for joining for this session. Now we will go for lunch. Lunch has been arranged at the second floor, so you can proceed there where you had high tea. Then we will join here about 3 p.m. for the next session. Sorry, we are running about 45 minutes late, but I hope you will manage. Okay, thanks.
Next to that, since we must to have some understanding, that is basically some fundamental understanding upon the gear mechanics, material science, and electric vehicle drivetrain. So these are the fundamental or rudimentary parts we must to be look upon for a better composite spur gear. Next, future scope. So here basically a lot of researches are being conducted upon these composite spur gear in order to have a better cost as well as manufacturing constraints, and finally it should be technology in the industry.
1949, we completed the first electron microscope, JEM-1. Based on a philosophy of creativity and research and development, GEOL has been committed to developing a wide range of scientific and metrology instruments and industrial and medical equipment with unmatched technologies for more than 65 years. Our mission is to develop and supply cutting-edge instruments with the highest performance for customers worldwide. GEOL products are developed based on its high R&D capability. GEOL electron microscopes, indispensable for nanotechnology research, are highly regarded by scientists worldwide. Cutting-edge instruments with the highest performance for customers worldwide. GEOL products are developed based on its high R&D capability. GEOL electron microscopes, indispensable for nanotechnology research, are highly regarded by scientists in the fields from basic research to advanced materials development at the atomic level. In green technology and environmental conservation fields, our instruments are used to provide solutions for global warming, environmental pollution, and carcinogen reduction. In the fields from basic research, in life science fields, GEOL instruments are contributing to drug discovery, advanced biotechnology, food analysis, chemical analysis, and clinical blood and urine analysis. For semiconductors, a variety of GEOL equipment plays an important role in microfabrication, are contributing to drug discovery, advanced biotechnology, food analysis, chemical analysis, and clinical blood and urine analysis. Viewing from customers' requirements, GEOL continues to offer a wide variety of solutions to customers. Using the core concept of yokogushi, we are strengthening solution-based businesses with software development for GEOL-proven metrology and analytical instruments to solutions for food analysis, lithium-ion batteries, and many other applications. Through industry-academia collaboration with universities worldwide, GEOL is continually taking on challenges for world-leading technologies, as well as implementing open innovation activities with various research institutes. GEOL solutions offer total support for customers at all stages in their research, from consultation and instrument selection, conditioning in laboratory and installation, to assisting instrument operations throughout its lifetime. With various research institutes. GEOL global sales and service networks are well established all over the world, in America, Europe, Asia, Oceania, and other regions. We aim to deliver the best products and services to customers wherever they are. GEOL will strive to make continuous contributions to the future of science.
我々はですね、お客さんの科学者であり企業であるですね、お客さんのデータをですね、取ってもらうために、ある意味裏方なんですけども、いいのを作ってですね、頑張って作ってお客さんにいい装置だねと、いいデータを取れたというところが一番嬉しいです。
ノーベル賞ですね、取られた先生であるとか、あるいはそういった候補になられている先生であるとかですね、そういった方も日常のようにですね接する機会ございますので、非常にやりがいがございますし、難しいところでもありますけども、はい、
まさに今先端を走っている研究に装置を使っていただけるといった場合もありますので、とても光栄なことだと思います。
GEOLの装置群がリチウム空気二次電池の研究開発において不可欠になっています。
Solutions for innovation. With a spirit of creativity and research and development, we will continue to challenge the world's foremost technology and contribute to a brighter future for human society. Solutions for innovation. With a spirit of creativity and research and development, we will continue to challenge the world's foremost technology and contribute to a brighter future for human society. Solutions for innovation. With a spirit of creativity and research and development, we will continue to challenge the world's foremost technology and contribute to a brighter future for human society. Solutions for innovation. With a spirit of creativity and research and development, we will continue to challenge the world's foremost technology and contribute to a brighter future for human society. Solutions for innovation. With a spirit of creativity and research and development, we will continue to challenge the world's foremost technology and contribute to a brighter future for human society. Solutions for innovation. With a spirit of creativity and research and development, we will continue to challenge the world's foremost technology and contribute to a brighter future for human society. Solutions for innovation. With a spirit of creativity and research and development, we will continue to challenge the world's foremost technology and contribute to a brighter future for human society. Solutions for innovation. With a spirit of creativity and research and development, we will continue to challenge the world's foremost technology and contribute to a brighter future for human society. Solutions for innovation. With a spirit of creativity and research and development, we will continue to challenge the world's foremost technology and contribute to a brighter future for human society. Solutions for innovation. With a spirit of creativity and research and development, we will continue to challenge the world's foremost technology and contribute to a brighter future for human society. Solutions for innovation. With a spirit of creativity and research and development, we will continue to challenge the world's foremost technology and contribute to a brighter future for human society.
Greetings on behalf of the Supreme Industry. We at the Supreme Industry produce a broad spectrum of plastic products belonging to 8 various business verticals. Our products live up to a reverse quality measure of NABL on behalf of the Supreme Industry. We at the Supreme Industry produce a broad spectrum of plastic products belonging to 8 various business verticals. Our products live up to a reverse quality measure of NABL on behalf of the Supreme Industry. We at the Supreme Industry produce a broad spectrum of plastic products belonging to 8 various business verticals. Our products live up to a reverse quality measure of NABL on behalf of the Supreme Industry. We at the Supreme Industry produce a broad spectrum of plastic products belonging to 8 various business verticals. Our products live up to a reverse quality measure of NABL on behalf of the Supreme Industry. We at the Supreme Industry produce a broad spectrum of plastic products belonging to aid various business verticals. Our products live up to a reverse quality measure of enable on behalf of the Supreme Industry. We at the Supreme Industry produce a broad spectrum of plastic products belonging to aid various business verticals. Our products live up to a reverse quality measure of enable on behalf of the Supreme Industry. We at the Supreme Industry produce a broad spectrum of plastic products belonging to aid various business verticals. Our products live up to a reverse quality measure of enable on behalf of the Supreme Industry. We at the Supreme Industry produce a broad spectrum of plastic products belonging to aid various business verticals. Our products live up to a reverse quality measure of enable on behalf of the Supreme Industry. We at the Supreme Industry produce a broad spectrum of plastic products belonging to aid various business verticals. Our products live up to a reverse quality measure of enable on behalf of the Supreme Industry. We at the Supreme Industry
From traditional industrial materials to modern high performance and From traditional industrial materials to modern high-performance advanced materials, every change of the materials has been promoting the progress of human civilization. As the cornerstone of industrial development, modern high-performance advanced materials, with their application and development stepping into the golden age, have become the invisible force to promote industrial progress. Born in the tide of reform and opening up, Kingfa seized the moment, took the momentum, and opened a new era for the development of advanced high polymer material industry. Modern high-performance advanced materials, with their application and development stepping into the golden age, have become the invisible force to promote innovation is the engine of enterprise development. In the process of development, Kingfa has explored an independent innovation way, with market as the orientation, enterprises as the foundation, and industry university R&D collaborated, relying on the innovation platform established by organizations such as State Accredited Enterprise Technology Center, National Engineering Laboratory, State Certified Laboratory, the first UL CTDP. Kingfa has performed a comprehensive research of the prospective applications and solution of new plastic materials. Kingfa has successfully developed modified plastic series with the world's most complete varieties and has set up a scientific and rigorous quality control system to provide reliable quality. Innovation furnishes tremendous power to Kingfa's development, transformation, and upgrade. In every success Kingfa achieved, we see mark of innovation. In recent years, Kingfa has won 3 National Science and Technology Progress Awards and has set up a scientific and rigorous. Over time, Kingfa has established cooperative relationship with Gree, Medea, Samsung, Sony, Toyota, Ford, Apple, Volkswagen, Philips, and other well-known enterprises at home and abroad, growing together and sharing achievements with the partners, providing high-quality advanced material products for society, creating a better life. Kingfa has realized the increase of employees' happiness and made the employees and the company grow together. At present, Kingfa has brought together 15 academician consultants, more than 100 experts from home and abroad, more than 100 doctors, and many other excellent talents for society. Creating a better life, Kingfa has realized the increase. Kingfa has committed to provide the society with more qualified products and more satisfying services in pursuit of the World Kingfa and the Century Dream. Kingfa is striving to keep over 30% annual growth rate with its innovative thinking and internationalized vision. Kingfa has committed to provide the society with more qualified products and more satisfying services. In pursuit of the world Kingfa and the century dream, Kingfa is striving to keep over 30% annual growth rate with its innovative thinking and internationalized vision. From traditional industrial materials to modern high-performance advanced materials, every change of the materials has been promoting the progress of human civilization. As the cornerstone of industrial development, modern high-performance advanced materials, with their application and development stepping into the golden age, have become the invisible force to promote industrial progress. Born in the tide of reform and opening up, Kingfa seized the moment, took the momentum, and opened a new era for the development of advanced high-polymer material industry. Modern high-performance advanced materials, with their application and development stepping into the golden age, have become the invisible force to promote innovation is the engine of enterprise development. In the process of development, Kingfa has explored an independent innovation way, with market as the orientation, enterprises as the foundation, and industry university R&D collaborated, relying on the innovation platform established by organizations such as State Accredited Enterprise Technology Center, National Engineering Laboratory, State Certified Laboratory, the first UL CTDP. Kingfa has performed a comprehensive research of the prospective applications and solution of new plastic materials. Kingfa has successfully developed modified plastic series with the world's most complete varieties and has set up a scientific and rigorous quality control system to provide reliable quality. Innovation furnishes tremendous power to Kingfa's development, transformation, and upgrade. In every success Kingfa achieved, we see mark of innovation. In recent years, Kingfa has won 3 National Science and Technology Progress Awards, and has set up a scientific and rigorous over time. Kingfa has established cooperative relationship with Gree, Medea, Samsung, Sony, Toyota, Ford, Apple, Volkswagen, Philips, and other well-known enterprises at home and abroad, growing together and sharing achievements with the partners, providing high-quality advanced material products for society, creating a better life. Kingfa has realized the increase of employees' happiness and made the employees and the company grow together. At present, Kingfa has brought together 15 academician consultants, more than 100 experts from home and abroad, more than 100 doctors, and many other excellent talents. Kingfa has committed to provide the society with more qualified products and more satisfying services in pursuit of the world Kingfa and the century dream. Kingfa is striving to keep over 30% annual growth rate with its innovative thinking and internationalized vision. Kingfa has committed to provide the society with more qualified products and more satisfying services in pursuit of the world Kingfa and the century dream. Kingfa is striving to keep over 30% annual growth rate and internationalized vision.
Hello? 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 Hello, welcome back to this second session. So here we are having presentations from industries, mostly those who have sponsored this national conference. Their delegates will be presenting. So there are in fact 4 presentations were there, and Mr. Sumandra Chatterjee from Geol India Private Limited won't be able to join us today. So there will be 3 presentations. I request the delegates from Kingfa Science and Technology, Rourkela Engineering India Private Limited, and IRL India Limited to load their presentations. Mr. Mayuresh can help them. Okay. So for this session, please join me in welcoming Dr. Srijit V, research scientist at ITC Limited, ITC Life Sciences and Technology Center, Bengaluru. Dr. Srijit has his PhD from NCL Pune in the year 2005 in conducting polymers. He has postdoctoral research experience from University of Auckland in New Zealand. He has about 18 years of research experience in industry. He has the credit of 10 patents, 1 book chapter, and he has also 3 publications. With this brief introduction, please join me in welcoming Dr. Srijit to chair this session. Dr. Srijit, please.
Okay, thank you. This is a I think it is a small session. So we have 3 speakers only, all from industries. So let me welcome the first speaker, Dr. Sunil S. Suresh. He is from Kingfa Science and Technology. He will be speaking on the topic, lightweighting solutions with long glass fiber reinforced polypropylene and its application in automobile industry. Floor is yours.
So let me start with my presentation. So I'm basically from Kingfa Science and Technology, India, Pune. So I can tell about something about our company. My presentation is on lightweight application of LFT material, which is based on PP, and their applications in automobile industries. So I can start with some company information about us. So we are basically started as a compounder in 1993, and we are from China as it's a foreign company, and we have listed in Shanghai in 2004. We have employees of around 10,000 right now, and we have the production capacity of 2.5 MT per annum. Next. So if you are considering about our business sectors, we are into the compounding business, as I said earlier. So we can compound different materials, which is the commodity materials such as PP, the engineering materials such as ABS, polyamides, etc. Apart from that, we are also dealing with a different kind of a petrochemical business, such as we are also producing PP materials and different kind of a bio-based PP material, and we also involving into the polymerization of the ABS material. And apart from that, we are also dealing with a different kind of a bio-based materials, biopolymer materials, etc. And nowadays, we are also engaged with a different kind of a composites material, which can be applicable in the automobile sector as well as the higher end application, which is like military application and aerospace industry, etc. And during the Corona season, we are introduced a new section to our business, which is known as medical and health industry. In that, we are dealing with a different kind of product, such as an N95 mask, normal masks, and glove, etc. So about Kingfa India, as I said earlier, we are based at China, but in India we have we are engaged in 3 different places. One is at Pune, there is our R&D center is situating, and next one is at Manesar, and the third one is at Pondicherry. And here we are dealing with a different kind of a compounding material as well as the healthcare business. So now I am into my main topic, PP LFT material and their application in the automobile sector. So what are LFT material? Which I have mentioned in the PPT, long fiber reinforced thermoplastic material. So we are aware about different kind of composite material in which a polymer matrix can be reinforced with a different kind of fibers. The fiber length can be in a different region from millimeter level to centimeter level, or even it can be go up into a higher level, continuous fiber reinforced thermoplastic material, which is known as. So today I'm going to discuss about more into the PP LFT material and their application to the automobile sectors. So as I said earlier, the PP LFTs are the special class of composites material in which the resin matrix is a PP and the component or the reinforcement medium will be a glass fiber or a carbon fiber, which having the content from 20 to 70%. So why we have to consider the LFTs? So the main reason is light weight. In the basic characteristics of LFTs are very lightweight, and it is very easy to produce, and the implementation into the automobile sector is very easy, and we can go with a different kind of molding technologies such as compression molding as well as the injection molding. So we can replace the different kind of a metal such as steel and other metals which is used in the automobiles, and we can use LFT material in the place of the metals. So you can see that by using this kind of material, we can achieve a good mechanical performance. So what are the performance we can achieve? The first one is a impact performance. So this kind of material can give a good impact performance even at a higher temperature and the lower temperature. And again, this material can also give a good lightweight characteristics. So when this kind of materials goes into your automobile sector, such as a bumper or into the instrument panels, that material can give very lower weight to the vehicles. As a result, the fuel efficiency can be increased, and as a result, again, the carbon footprint can be reduced. So there are different processes can be adapted for the production of the PPLFT. The first one is impregnation. We are using, at Kingfa, we are using impregnation technology for the production of the PPLFT. So in this technology, with the use of a normal thin screw extruder, we can produce a PPLFT. So you can see that the polypropylene and additives are going to the thin screw extruder, and to that polymer melt, we are giving the glass fiber rovings in a different length. By using, with the help of a pelletizer, we can produce different fiber reinforcement in a different sizes. So it could be a short glass fiber, long glass, online molding technology, that is LFTD, or GMD, etc. So again, into the material. So these are the granules which are produced from the PPLFT. So when you look into the material, you can see that this is the core of the polymer matrix, and inside the polymer matrix, fiber lines are going, or fibers are going. So this is a material which is produced via fully impregnated technology, and again you can see that this is a microscopic structure of the granules which is produced, and this is a beautiful structure of the fiber which is present in the polymer matrix. So what is happening when we are impregnating, or when we are introducing fibers into the polymer matrix? You can see that whenever an impact is happening to the material, there are different type of failure methods can be involved. The first one is a fiber breakage. The second one is a fiber detachment. The third one is bridging, fiber bridging, fiber bonding failure, and plastic deformation. When we are introducing the long fiber into the granules or into the polymer matrix, the maximum will be the fiber breakage. So the maximum energy can be sustained by the fibers. So as a result, the mechanical properties can be increased. So as a result, maximum energy can be absorbed by the materials. So as I said earlier, there are two different methods can be implemented for the production of the LFT-PP material. The first one is an impregnated LFT, and the second one is a coated LFT. In our case, we are going with the impregnated LFT. That is because you can see that with the help of an impregnated technology, we can come with a uniform dispersion of the glass fiber inside the polymer matrix as compared with the coated LFT. In the case of a coated LFT, you can see that some bundles are on the surface of the material, as well as there is no uniformity is also can seen on the coated LFTs. So what is the effect of shrinkage with the LFT PP and short glass fiber PP? So as an industry, I can say that we are facing one big problem with the PP, that is the shrinkage issue. When a component material is going into a vehicle, sometimes what happening is wrappage or shrinkage is occur. As a result, we are introduced this technology. So you can see that whenever we are going with a long glass fiber, the orientation of the fibers are in different orientation as compared with the short glass fiber. In the case of a short glass fiber, they are highly oriented. As a result, the shrinkage is also higher. But whenever the long glass fiber material is used, you can see that the orientation is in different direction, and the orientation is not in a homogeneous direction, so the shrinkage can be reduced. So you can also see here that the glass fiber distribution comparison, in the case of a long glass fiber glass, in the case of a PPLG, the fiber distribution is higher as comparatively with respect to the short glass fiber. So what is the next? The next one is nothing but the impact strength. You can see that whenever we are using a short glass fiber in the PP, the impact, after the conducting of the impact, the material are breaking. But in the case of a long glass fiber, the materials are still can sustain or still can hold the impact strength. The same thing you can see in the case of a notched impact strength. I have compared the different material here. One is PP, LGF in a 30% and in the 40%. So this is again the mechanical properties of the PPLFT. You can see that at a different strains and at a different temperature, at a different stress strain, and also at the different glass orientation. So this is an example for the GFPP LF30. You can see the different mechanical properties, and by using this kind of material, we can make a product which having very thin wall structure. So we are giving this material to different kind of OEMs, such as Tata, Mahindra, etc., for the production of their products like bumper, instrument panel, etc. So by using this material, we can make a product which having very thin wall size. And the next one is, we can also use the PP GF material for the replacement of the nylon. In the case of a automobile industry, compared with the PP, the nylon is also using in the various part production. So with the help of a PPLFG, we can cover and we can come up with a solution that can replace the nylon from the automobile industries. So these are the typical values, and these are the different property comparison of the PP as well as with the PP as well as with the nylon. And you can also see that in the case of a PP, the water absorption equilibrium is 0. But in the case of a nylon, they are very absorbing to the nature, like it can absorb water. Again, this is also some kind of information about the GFPP and the PP-LGF comparison. You can see that as compared with the polyamide, the PP-LG30 or 40 can give the excellent properties in terms of mechanical. That is also the modulus, tensile strength, and impact performance. So these are the some potential application: shroud, gas pedal, FEM, rear view mirror bracket, fan. I told you that these kind of materials can be potentially applicable in the case of automobiles. So this material also can undergo certain kind of recycling. We have also tried this kind of material for the recyclability, and we have come across that by the recycling of this kind of material, we can reduce around 45% of the carbon emission. So these are some application from front to back side of the automobile. So these are the real-time application of the different material. You can see that we have replaced the polyamide battery frame with the GFPP L40, and again bumper and bumper bracket with bumper bracket. We produced it with the GFPP, and again air filter and deflector cover, etc. So these are my conclusions. Again, I want to show something else. So these are also some co-continuous fiber technology which has been developed by the Kingfa Science and Technology. So you can see that which is not an organo sheet. This is again a fiber reinforced material. We can go with a different kind of resin such as PP, PE, polyamide, ABS, etc. So these are the some solutions or the product level materials. So these are some structural part. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any quick questions?
Thank you for a very useful presentation. I have got a very fundamental basic question. In your second slide, you had mentioned BOPP.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So my question is, on what basis that claim is?
What basis?
That claim is it biodegradable? If
no,
yes,
actually, it is from the bio-based materials. Like we are using, it is our IPR. I cannot open to you. Okay. So we are using different kind of biomaterial for the production of the PP.
Basically, the PP made from bio source.
Yes.
So is it biodegradable?
Not at all.
Any other questions? If no questions, we should thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. Now we'll move to second presentation. Mr. Srinivas Brahma, Rourkela Engineering India Private Limited. He will speak on cost-saving solutions from Rourkela. Srinivas Brahma.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm thankful to CIPET and the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present presentation on cost-saving solutions we have selected. Actually, there are a lot of developments in the industry also. I'm not covering that, what we are having right now, inline PVCO technology that we can also give, but the basic need is today how to save money. Basically, we all are knowing that we are actually, I'll just give a small introduction about our company. I'm not taking that opportunity to just to promote our company, but what is Rourkela, we should also know that. Actually, we are a Dutch company from Netherlands, and we have got a factory in India and in Ahmedabad, and one more factory in US, that is in Baltimore. There are 3 factories, and our HO and main factory is in Netherlands, in Dedemsbad. And in 2003, we have started in India, and 2010 onwards, we have started making complete line, and we have sold in India. And now, we have been supplying the lines primarily to all the leaders in the industry, the big ones, the leaders, like Supreme Industries, Astral, Ashirvad, Prince, all are our customers. And Rourkela is known for its technology. One of the technologies, how to save material. Actually, in this competitive world, material is very, very important. How to save material. And if you save material, then you are saving money. That is the main criteria. And today I have selected this in order to just to understand, even a penny saved is also a lot of saving if you consider a tonnage wise per annum. So let us start this journey from right from beginning. We are a complete line manufacturer from extruder to cutter, and we are using this in this particular please.
Just 1 second. Just I want to remind you, just please keep quiet when somebody is speaking. It's not working.
Hello.
Just to remind everybody, somebody is speaking, somebody is presenting, please keep quiet because everybody want to listen, and also it is the respect for the speaker. Please keep quiet.
Thank you. Excuse me. It's not working. Okay. Rolepal's one of the mission is making environmental friendly concept. How to because PVC is made from basically from naphtha and crude oil only. One day we are going to not have all the fossil fuels, and how to save PVC? That is one of the challenges. So material is also one of the very, very important part, and I'll just not take much time. I was told to excuse me, it's not operating. Yeah, okay. See, basically, if you break down the cost part of a pipe, around 80% of the material is material cost, and the rest is energy, depreciation, maintenance, labor. So where we have to concentrate to save money, it is on the material part. Every year you have to pay to your staff. Every year there is an inflation, so there is a rise in salary. So you cannot control them. Every year there is maybe a possibility of rise in energy costs. So where you have to concentrate in saving, that is on material, okay? So in plastic pipe, around 74% to 80% is material cost. So my concern is in Rolepal, what we are doing, we are more concentrated to save money by saving material. So what is overweight? If you consider overweight, then definition of overweight is whichever thickness you are giving extra above minimum is called overweight. As per standard, as per BIS standard, something is prescribed. If it is minimum, say 2 mm to 3 mm or 2 mm to 4 mm, then minimum is 2 mm. Above 2 mm, whatever you are giving, that is called overweight. So in this case, there is an example, okay, 160 with 16 PHR calcium carbonate, 4.9 mm wall thickness, you are getting 3 kg 580 grams, but if there is a overweight, so you are losing 10.3% overweight. You are making a pipe with 5.4 mm thickness, which is resulting in minimum 10% overweight. So when you are making a pipe with overweight, it is 100% loss. It cannot be recoverable. You are giving, without any reason, this overweight is given. So how to save that? That is more important. So in this case, overweight is the weight higher than the theoretical minimum weight, defined by the minimum diameter and minimum wall thickness. So normally what is happening, tolerance in diameter you are 0.3 to 0.6% you are keeping, and tolerance in wall thickness 5 to 15%. Wall thickness is the main issue where you can shape material, okay? Please see the industry standards, how it is. Always calculate and report overweight. If you calculate your overweight while making the pipe, you can see at minimum thickness, all your tests should pass. You can keep little bit more than that, but what happens when the operator is making a pipe, he keeps towards the average, from minimum to average. That is 100% overweight. So normally what is seen, I'll go to the next slide. You can see we are making pipes with not less than 8% overweight. Okay, please see. If you go towards from green to red, so 3% is excellent, 10% is real challenge. It's a serious challenge. If you are giving 10% overweight to any customer, then it's your 100% loss. So how to minimize that? We have got the solution. Okay? So reducing overweight is the real challenge now. So reasons of overweight are eccentricity of the pipe wall, suboptimal centering of the die, non-uniform flow through the die due to wrong die design, due to temperature difference, due to surface defects on the flow line, due to wear and tear. Normally what happens after longer run in dies, there is also wear and tear of chrome plating is eroded, and even in there is a non-uniform flow due to wear and tear, due to wrong choice surface treatment in relation to plastic die, marks on the pipe, thin lines caused by damages or plate out, roughness, waviness mark, variation in bulk density of dry blend, variation in formulation from one batch to another. This happens sometime. Variation in mixing, which is not in our control. Okay. Variation in maximum conditions and segregation of dry blend during storage and conveying. Variations in ambient conditions, that also is there. And policy. The company avoids producing off-spec pipe by setting the wall thickness to a safe value. Normally, all the industry leaders, like I've named, they do not make off-spec pipes. But those who are making off-spec pipe, definitely they are going to make loss. Okay. So how do we measure the wall thickness? We measure by scanners. We are making rotating scanners, static scanners. Rotating scanners which give rotate the sensor throughout the pipe periphery 360 degrees and measure the wall thickness, and high resolution measurement is there. And static scanners, they also measure with fixed sensors. Okay, and intermittent rotating scanner will give information on both circumference and length. Here it's a typical cost-saving solution. We are using RGS, rollable gravimetric system, which controls the throughput of the extruder, and there is a ATC, autothermal centering in the die, and there is a scanner, wall thickness control scanner. How it works? Wall thickness control scanner measures the wall thickness. It gives, there are two types of control. One is wall thickness control by controlling the hollow speed, bringing down the wall thickness towards minimum level, bringing down towards your targeted wall thickness. Okay? And second one is weight per meter control. How to do that? In case of weight per meter control, automatically this wall thickness is measured by scanner, and it gives to signal to, and all the data is given to ATC, autothermal centering. Autothermal centering adjusts the thickness of the pipe by controlling the temperature of the die. As a result, automatically the thickness is controlled. Okay? And gravimetrically, this material is flowing as per your weight requirement. So it is 100% weight per meter controlled. Okay? So this is a rotating type scanner. Here in this case, pipe is going through this inside the scanner, and there is a sensor which rotates throughout the periphery of the pipe 360 degree forward and reverse. Every 8 seconds it measures the thickness and gives signal to haul off if you are going for a wall thickness controls with the help of haul off. Okay? And you have to control the thickness. In that case, you will give minimum target wall thickness and maximum target wall thickness. It will try to keep that thickness within that range. Okay? There is a minimum list count of 0.2 mm. within 0.2, 0.3 mm, it will try to manage that. Okay? And there is a correction factor also. Once it is making a higher thickness is there, but it will automatically correct it and it will be automatically adjusted. This wall thickness measurement is done on the basis of ultrasonic sound, which is passing through water. Water is the medium, and the distance traveled by the ultrasonic wave is measured in terms of thickness it is displayed. Okay? We are giving our rollable gravimetric system, our own gravimetric system, with 3 load cell system, which accurately measures with 0.5% accuracy, and throughput is controlled accurately, which helps in reducing the overweight also. This is the gravimetric system, and this is the autothermal centering. Segmented heaters at the last zone of the die, and it is controlled with the help of, when it is, the thickness is controlled by changing the heat temperature of the die. As a result, the viscosity of the material flow will be changing, means the temperature because of the heat, and this thickness will be maintained. One simple example is, when you, this is also measured, industry, it's proven. When you make a pipe with a lot of accuracy, if you set the die gaps, even though there is eccentricity is very less, you are trying to make it towards 0. It cannot be 100% 0, 0. Okay? In this case, you will find we are making a pipe with minimum 8% overweight. It is an industry measurement. And when you just scanner is reading it, then you will find 8%. If you put the scanner under control, which controls the haul-off, then it is under wall thickness control mode. Then the overweight is down by near about 2.5 to 3%. And if you use both gravimetric and scanner integration, then in that case, the overweight will be down by around 5%. So overweight, if you calculate for any pipe, if you are making with more than 8%, and if it is reduced to say 3%, 5% you are saving, it's a good saving, sir. Okay? That's our everybody's motto, to make good quality pipes. Lowest production means price, to reduce the cost price per meter. That is one of the motto of the today. The objective is that how to reduce the cost per meter pipe, and highest OEE, overall equipment efficiency. That is one of the requirement. Then only you can achieve your cost can be reduced, and service. So that is for that reason we have developed this. Process control is very, very important, and right quality machinery for right price, lowering customers' cost price per pipe, aiming for the highest OEE, and offering best service. The sustainability is achieved with all these gadgets. Okay? Excuse me. If you have got any questions, let me know, please. Excuse me.
Any questions?
Okay. Yes. Lowest cost per pipe length while maintaining quality is very, very important. So in order to get this cost reduction possible, you have to go for, see, manually we cannot control. Somewhere we have to go for, where we are losing money, all the big diameter pipes. All the big diameter pipes, what happens, operator thinks, if I make towards minimum, if I make a pipe, then if it goes down below minimum, then it will be rejected. So obviously he will try to make at a higher side. there we end up making loss. So we need to control that to a gadget. As a human being, we are trying, but somewhere you don't have the control to minimize the cost. So in that case, we need these gadgets. Okay? Thank you. May I have any question, please let me know.
Any questions? I think there is no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have next speaker, Mr. Ankit Sharma from Outcome IREL India Limited. He is speaking on separation of heavy minerals from beach sand places and extractors of rare earth at IREL India Limited. I request everybody to keep silence till next 15 minutes when he presents.
Hello. Yeah, I'm audible, right? The back. Yeah. So my presentation will be slightly different from all the presentations that have been given today. So I am basically from Indian Rare Earths Limited. We deal with the beach sand minerals. We separate heavy minerals. I can do this. It is working, right? Is it working? I have to point here or there only. This one? Which one? Oh, yeah. I think still not getting this. Okay, anyways, by the time I'll introduce myself. So I am from IREL India Limited, that is basically Indian Rare Earths Limited. We deal our basic, we are under DAE, Department of Atomic Energy, and the basic purpose of setting up IREL by the DAE was to extraction of, for securing the strategic materials, say uranium and thorium, the radioactive materials. And these radioactive materials, the mineral for them in India is monazite. So monazite is the only mineral from where uranium is, not the only mineral, but one of the minerals that is from which uranium is extracted. But the content of uranium or thorium is very less. It contains majority 60% of the rare earths, and there are associated other heavy minerals also with it. So I'm still not able to change it. Yeah. So just a second. Okay, fine. So I'll start with the heavy minerals part, how the heavy minerals are formed, just a general idea, because I don't think people here are aware of this part. So the heavy minerals are generally, they are called, formed as a placer deposits. And a placer is an accumulation of valuable minerals from the upstream to the downstream when the river goes to the sea. And they are found by gravity separation from a specific source rock during sedimentary processes. And there are two processes occurring. First one is the liberation of these minerals from the mountains areas, and then concentration of these minerals at the specific places where they have been deposited by the natural processes. And they get separated from the lighter minerals by moving wave actions and air and everything. And this concentration basically occurs when the mineral, because of these three properties, the high specific gravity, weathering resistance, and durability. And when I say high specific gravity, that is with respect to quartz. So your beach basically contains most of the quartz, around 85%. So 15% is the other heavy minerals, which are heavier than the quartz. Yeah. So this is also general idea about how it works. So how it is concentrated basically. So because of the wave action, the lighter material, the quartz, it gets pushed back to the ocean, and the heavy minerals are getting concentrated on the shores. And this mechanical concentration of heavy minerals occurs because of the continuous action of the running water and this thing. And this occurs in beaches, rivers, dunes, and offshore areas. And it depends on where it is commercially viable, from where we extract this thing. Okay. Next. Yeah, so these are the different types of placer deposits, and these are residual placers, which basically are the carbonatites, then alluvial placers, basing casterite deposits, alluvial placers, which generally are gold and the platinum gemstone, and they are deposited on the streams of the rivers. And then aeolian placers are there, which are formed on the fore dunes and the transgressive dunes, which are generally titanomagnetite deposits and ilmenite zircon. And what we deal with I was talking about, other than the quartz that are present in the beach sand: ilmenite, rutile, zircon, monazite, sillimanite, and garnet. Among these, monazite is the mineral that contains the rare earths. Okay. So next, so this is a general liberation process. There will be a source rock which will be getting eroded with rain and water and everything. It will be liberated into the sand, which is carried over, and here how the heavy mineral are deposited. All the darker regions that you are seeing there, these are the heavy minerals. And from in the Indian perspective, the beach placer minerals, the major beach sand deposits are found in the states of basically all the coastline: Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Maharashtra. And IRL is operating in Odisha, in Kerala, and in Tamil Nadu. We have a plant in Manavala Kuruchi. In Kerala, we have a mineral separation plant in Chavra. In Odisha, we have a mineral separation plant, but along with that, we have a chemical plant, rare earth extraction plant also, which extracts the rare earths from the monazite. And this is general idea how much heavy minerals are present in India. This is the current data. So around 841 million tons of reserves are present in India of the beach places. Out of that, around 1/4, 190 million tons in Odisha only. Next. So these are the major deposits. So currently IRL is working on the Gopalpur Chhatarpur deposit. We are extracting heavy minerals from there. And there is Rishikulya Bajrakot area, which is also which is a joint venture between IRL and ITCOL. And there is a Brahmagiri mineral sands deposit also in the Odisha. These two are under process. Their plants will be set up there in the future. Currently we are working on the Gopalpur Chhatarpur deposit. Now coming to the minerals part. So like I told you, the heavy minerals, these are the heavy minerals: ilmenite, rutile, zircon, rare earth mineral. This is basically monazite, sillimanite, and garnet. So the initial purpose of our purpose will be, by mining we have to extract these heavy minerals, separate it from quartz, and then we have to individually separate these minerals. And then comes the third part. So for mineral separation, basically these are dependent on the properties of these minerals. So ilmenite and rutile, these are both conducting, and one of them is magnetic, one of them is non-magnetic. Similarly, the other four, zircon, monazite, sillimanite, garnet, these come into the non-conducting fraction. And among them, garnet is moderately magnetic, and the monazite is feebly magnetic. Zircon and sillimanite are not non-magnetic as well. So this is a general mining process that we follow. This is a dredging operation. The whole plant that you're seeing over there, it is floating on water. There is a 6-meter pond, depth pond there. So the mineral, the sand is collected from the dredger over there. I'll come there. Over there, the sand is collected from the dredger, the dip that you're seeing, and it is pumped. It is pumped to the, on the back side, what you're seeing is the mineral separation plant. It consists of a lot of spiral separator units. These are gravity spirals. Based on the gravity of the material, they separate it. There are banks of these spirals, and this is one of the environmental friendly mining methods, because whatever we are taking up from the land, around 85% is recycled back, and this occurs in the real time, simultaneously. And so after concentration, we have an output which contains around 85% HM. This will go to mineral separation plant, and the tailings are put back from the back side, and it is refilled in the area. This is general dredging operation. There will be a dredger operating there, and simultaneously the tailings will be filling up the land on the backside after extraction. And this is a sustainable mining operation because there is an automatic backfilling. And after that, IRL, it is the purpose of IRL, we level the area to the original topography, we do the plantation, and finally when we give back these lands, we give it in the original condition that we have been taken. So this is a general mineral separation plant flow diagram. So after the mining, it goes to the mineral separation plant, and there on the basis of conductivity, we'll be using multiple high tension separators, where the conducting fraction comes to the ilmenite and rutile comes in the conducting fraction, and the non-conducting fraction consists of the other 4 minerals. And this is an array of magnetic separation. Initially there is a conducting separation. After that, we change by changing the intensity of the magnetic separators, say IRMS or REDMS and HIRMS, different types of magnetic separators we use to separate these materials. Finally, when we are getting zircon and sillimanite, this is neither conducting non-magnetic. So there we use air tables and water tables. Through gravity separation we do that, and we get the zircon product. But the sillimanite, whatever sillimanite product we are giving, sillimanite has a specific gravity around 3.2. And quartz has a specific gravity around 2.6. So there is always an impurity of quartz with sillimanite coming in. To separate that, we use a froth flotation method, where the sillimanite is taken up with the froth and the quartz comes to the sink. And after that, after that we are getting this thing, rare earth mineral from the magnetic fraction here, and this is concentrated up to more than 96%, and then it goes to our rare earth extraction plant. In the rare earth extraction plant, we are following the caustic route. So basically the monazite or the rare earth mineral, it is crushed in a ball mill to less than 40 micron. Then it is digested with caustic. This reaction is called an attack reaction, where we are attacking the monazite with the caustic, and because monazite is a phosphate mineral, so whatever material that is present in it, it is in the phosphate form, rare earth phosphate, thorium phosphate or uranium phosphate. So that phosphate becomes soluble, it gets converts into tridisodium phosphate, so it is evaporated, crystallized, and we are getting the TSP as a byproduct. And then further the MH cake containing the rare earth, uranium and thorium, here we take it to a tank where it is preferentially leached by HCl. Preferentially means by the pH control. So at a particular pH, only rare earths are soluble into the HCl. All the heavier materials, say uranium, thorium and other minute radioactive compounds, they are non-dissolvable. So we take this rare earth, the rare earth solution, rare earth chloride we will be getting after the preferential leach. It is deactivated through magnesium sulfate, barium chloride, sodium sulfide route. It is deactivated, precipitated, filter, and our final product from rare earth extraction plant is the mixed Re chloride. And the other cake form, it is taken for extraction of the uranium as a ammonium diuranate and thorium nitrate, and this is the general flow sheet. Now comes the rare earth extraction plant. This is where it gets very tricky. So once you get a rare earth chloride, all the rare earths are present in it in a mixed form. So to separate them individually, there is no other method than solvent extraction. So we go for mixer settler operation. There are multiple mixer settler operations. So this single mixer settler, there will be around hundreds of mixer settlers operating at a single time. Yeah, it's fine. At a single time. So through mixer settler operation, we are preferentially separating individual rare earths. So initially lanthanum oxide, because it is the lighter rare earth, it comes in the stripping solution. So lanthanum oxide is taken. So all the other heavier are taken up with the solvent. Then next stage, cerium comes. Then neodymium, praseodymium, europium, samarium, and so on. And so now some applications part of these minerals. So ilmenite is a rich, so ilmenite and rutile are the source of titanium dioxide. So it finds direct application in the TiO2 white pigment, which is used in paints, varnishes, plastics, paper, rubber, and it is also used by industries to convert it into titanium sponge. Rutile has an application in welding electrodes, then titanium metal, and zircon. Zircon is a very important mineral actually for the ZrO2 that we are getting. It has a very wide application. You can get partially stabilized zirconia. It has application in ceramics. It has application in thermal barrier coatings. It has application in refractory industries. It is also used in a nuclear reactor where you make the calandria tubes of the nuclear reactor with the zircon, zircon alloy. Then foundries. Then we have sillimanite, which has a direct application in the refractories, high-grade refractory bricks. Then garnet is generally used for sandblasting, water jet cutting, glass polishing. And then comes the monazite. So its purpose, like I said, initial purpose is to extract the uranium. So the uranium, thorium nitrate, and then we have rare earth oxide, which has wider industrial applications. This is generally the same thing, whatever the applications and everything. So now I'll come to, because there is rare earth, there are a lot of rare earths. So lanthanum too, there are around 17 rare earth elements. So to find what India right now has a problem, that rare earth has a lot of applications in different high-tech industries, say magnet, say catalyst, say even in polymer also it finds applications, but in India there are not many industries or working in that field to connect that gap. So what IRL is producing compound rare earths. We are producing rare earth chloride and rare earth in the forms of oxides, say lanthanum oxide, cerium oxide, whatever. But we don't have the technology to convert it into, say, lanthanum metal or cerium metal, because we cannot invest in that currently. So we are looking for industries that will take this material, convert it into, because currently in Indian market, most of the rare earths that is circulating, even in the magnet industries, is coming from, mostly from China. So more than 99% of rare earth market is controlled by China currently. So for that purpose, Department of Atomic Energy set it up this IRL Technology Development Council. So it is formed for promoting industrial scale R&D that would be beneficial to the overall program of DAE in both strategic and non-strategic applications. So its purpose is to plan to set up downstream industries for early value addition of these products. And so this is our basically idea of projects that we accept. They have to be at least TRL3, Technology Readiness Level 3, wherein the critical function or the proof of concept has been established for the process, whatever they are offering. So IRL TDC purpose is to, all over India, we visit different CSIR labs or IITs, even in this CIPET also, to find out technologies where they are using rare earths, and we fund it to take it to a demonstration scale where it can be taken up by a private industry. So this is our purpose, and the user industries of rare earths shall define their requirement. These requirement has to be catered by the R&D institutes, and where they have a technology of TRL3, we'll help them to get to the TRL 6 and 7, and these technologies could then be taken up by other industries. And India has a resource of rare earths, ready end user market, and there is a very big need to develop this value chain in between. So, and these are general applications. These are the ilmenite and rutile. I have already talked about them. For ilmenite, it has a ceramics, refractories, foundries. Garnet has a shipbuilding, sand blasting, water jet cutting. Zircon again, ceramics, and everything. And for rare earths, these are the upcoming applications of rare earths. Say lanthanum nickel alloy for hydrogen storage. For hydrogen generation, it can be used as a catalyst, RE-based catalyst, energy storage components from RE-based materials. Then rare earth titanates, rare earth zirconates for microwave applications. Sensors, development of sensors, oxygen sensors have been developed using rare earth, yttrium stabilized zirconia basically. And then rare earth compositions, lanthanum cerium oxides in making ultra fine grain non-linear dielectric, conventionally called varistors. Then these are the application of cerium compound. So basically whatever rare earth we are having, the major component of that rare earth is lanthanum and cerium, around more than 80%. So we need to find application in this area. So these are the general applications of cerium compounds that all over the world has been working, but in India it has not picked up completely. So cerium does give a IRL reflectance properties. It has a UV absorption properties, which can be used in the polymer coatings and different applications, say paints, formulations, and etc. It has a electrical insulator application, just now I told you, varistor. Corrosion resistant properties, it has a pigment, cerium sulfide is a very good red pigment that is used in cosmetics and everything. Then recently we have found out, we have developed a technology where it is used in as a mordant for textile industries also. Mordant is a substance which is used to attach the dyes to the cloth. It is a environment friendly material for biodiesel and degradation of pollutant also. And same lanthanum also finds in hydrogen storage, where it is used as a lanthanum nickel alloy for hydrogen storage. Then lanthanum salts, and these are the other applications of that. So these are general again. It has an application in defense and everything. Samarium cobalt magnet is one of the most important strategic magnet used in the defense sector. And we have RE catalyst. These are the rare earths that are used in the field of phosphors, glass, electronics, catalyst and everything. So this is my general presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you are curious about anything, you can ask me.
Any questions?
Yeah, fine.
No question. Thank you, Ankit. So we have one more, that is the last here. Raj Kishore Sahani from Emil Limited. On history and evaluation of as mechanical
I think. Hello. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, respected teachers and dear students and all the attendees. I'm from AMIL Limited. Our background is basically we are the manufacturer and solution provider for various instruments for characterizing various materials. That of course includes polymer range, metals range, everything. So I will give you a brief presentation on recent evolution of UTM, because maybe I think the audience is quite familiar with the word UTM. So I would request someone to project the slide, please. I'm good with this, I think. No problem. I'm good with this. Thank you. Yeah, there it is. Thank you. Little in, yeah, in the slide mode. Yeah, perfect. So here we go. It's about. Let me just check whether it's working. Oops. So, brief history about, sorry, I would give you the roadmap first. We'll talk about brief history about the first company which make the UTM. Then we'll see the evolution of benchtop electromechanical UTMs, which is there in CIPET, I know, and also in LARPM. And then we'll familiarize with some of the specifications of current generation machines and the parts, components. And we'll see quickly few applications, and then the automation possibility of those equipments. So long list, don't worry, I will quickly wrap it up. In 1880, the Tinius Olsen Fast, he was a Norwegian engineer. He moved to USA and founded a company called Tinius Olsen, and there they made the fast UTM. The picture you can see, okay, this was the fast UTM which was made, and that machine is still there in their factory and it's operational. It's called the Little Giant, okay, there you load your sample and use your hand to apply the strain, apply the load. The factory of Tinius Olsen, USA, this is in Philadelphia. These images are back in 1880. There is the Tinius Olsen. And you all know, most of you follow the ASTM, various standards. Tinius Olsen was the founder, okay, of ASTM back in 1889. Factory images from 1908. So the UTMs of at that time used to look like this. You don't have any of them in India. And this is the bust, bronze bust of Tinius Olsen. In Norway, there is a Tinius Olsen School of Engineering, and this is the image run by the 5th generation of Olsen family. So this is still a family-owned company, factory headquartered in USA. Just to give you some tour of their factory, US factory, where they make the current generation of UTMs. We'll quickly see how it evolved. Another manufacturing facility in UK, where you can see UTM with a tensile setup. Assembly line of Tinius Olsen, UK. This is the machining facility and component storage. So 1950s, 60s, the UTM used to look like this. And you will not be astonished if you see any of such machines still existing in some of the labs in India. The horizontal one is very popularly was known as Hounsfield tensometers. Okay, so they are still in use in some parts. Okay, so you can see in 1970s the Trojan car 3-door model. So that time the UTM used to look like this. 1990s it evolved. It could be interfaced with computer with the DOS-based programs. And if we put it to a chart, then this is how it evolved. Essentially, all these machines are electromechanical screw driven. So there has been continuous advancements in the material science and electronics and technology. So all those things has driven the need, rather has driven this evolution of these machines. So 2014, this is the latest generation of universal testing machine that is available. And we supplied to a lot of CIPET centers these machines. So who all have used UTMs or know at least what is UTM and what does it do? Any hands? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I will, very good, very good. So UTM has a load frame, then travel limit switch so that it doesn't go out of its desired movement space, T-slotted frame to mount the components, like accessories like extensiometers, crosshead that gives the drive, load cell that essentially measures the load that you are applying before the sample breaks. What is the load is applied. Nose piece to connect to the grip, then the grip. Extensiometer, as you can see, you have a video extensiometer in this case. This is also a new technology that has given the possibility of adding 2D or 3D DIC to this setup. Okay, so instead of measuring strain at only 2 points for axial extensometer, you can actually measure the complete strain map while you are pulling a sample. Okay, so that gives, as a materials developer, that gives lot of insight to your material. Like you are machining with new technologies, you have to characterize the materials. So what is happening, how it's behaving before the failure. This really gives you a lot of insight. User interface, the computer, application software, secondary screen for the video extensometer, okay, to protect ABS cover. Anything going wrong, press the emergency, so emergency switch, okay. 1 kilonewton to 50 kilonewton machines you can have as bench top nowadays, okay. I will not go all the points, but what I will highlight on why we call evolution of machines to modern days is technology wise, while the ASTM is still can, in their standard, it speaks about load accuracy of or calibration accuracy of plus minus 0.5% for load. These machines offer a force accuracy of 0.02%. So ASTM will now include this stringent specification in their standard, okay. So that will further drive the testing industry and other manufacturing industry to go for a better accuracy machine, okay. So the tolerance is really becoming narrow. If you see the load and displacement resolution, it gives, because it's a 64-bit machines or 32-bit controllers, so it can really resolve high amount. After point you have like 5, 6, 7 different decimals. For interfacing with the machine, you have a lot of options, okay. Like you can have only software that speaks with the machine, helps you configure the test, get the results. At the same time, you can have additional handle interface, which is kind of an Android device. With the help of Android device, sitting at your desk while the machine is away, you can actually command the machine, do the test, see the results, okay. And with the software Horizon, it really helps you in doing a test in 3 clicks. Like you start the test, accept the result, and print the test report, okay. So this is really very useful. You can customize the reports, like you can put CIPET logo, you can put your company wherever you go to their logo, so that becomes that enhance the brand value of your company. At the same time, nice presentable report. And then we'll see quickly some examples like tensile testing, okay, with a video extensometer. You can see with a contact type extensometer, which is more conventional. So that's an example. Laser extensometer, non-contact type. So you can see the red line that is projecting the laser on the sample. But to get the reflection from laser, you need to have reflective tapes. The white things you can see are the reflective tapes. You can do tensile test of many different types of material, compression testing of composites, okay. You can do cyclic testing also on this kind of UTMs. Like you can see the load is being cycled, okay. So that gives you, like if you are loading, unloading a material, how it's going to behave. Even if you are doing it within its elastic limit, it might have some adverse effect on the cyclic loading. Flexural bending. So essentially you are doing all these tests on one machine by changing the fixtures. shear testing, okay. You can have a device as per ASTM. There are other ASTM designs also. Puncture, burst, strength testing. Friction, like if you want to test what will be the friction of a polymeric material against abrasion or against some other material. So you can do this arrangement to get the coefficient of friction value. And if you want to avoid, because when you are testing, there are many influences that adds uncertainty or error in the measurement. So if you want to avoid the human operating error, then you can automate it by adding an automatic sample feeding system. So this is where the modern days material testing machines stand for tensile and flexural. You can automate the sample feeding process, especially for the industries where they need to do lot of tests. So this will be very useful. Hope some pictures stay in your memory, and anything additional to what I spoke, if you are interested on any of these slides, you can happily come back. We'll be happy to share you more information. And my favorite slide, thank you.
Thank you. Any queries?
Yeah, any question?
So that is the last presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So that concludes the session. Hello.
Hello. Thanks to Dr. Srijit for chairing the session. I hope all the 4 speakers who delivered their lectures were highly interesting, and our participants have gained some information regarding materials, their manufacturing methodologies and characterization techniques. So now I request Dr. Ashwini Kumar Mahapatra, Dean Student Welfare, to hand over a memento to Dr. Srijit. Sir, please. So, due to some constraints, Professor Manas Mohan Mahapatra is unable to join us for today. So, there won't be any keynote lecture of Professor Mahapatra. I apologize for that. Now, we will be having our poster session online posters will be displayed here. The participants will be presenting their work. All of you can observe their work, and then we will have the physical mode presentation, which will be there in the academic block. Our volunteers will guide you to there. So now we will start the online mode presentations of posters. So online mode poster presentations, we have 6 presentations. Machikanti M. Chandrasekhar from BSUT Burla. Please share your poster. Hello? Machikanti M. Chandrasekhar from BSUT Burla.
Sir, yeah, good evening, sir.
Yeah, please share your poster and you can present it.
Yeah.
So due to some constraints.
Okay, sir. Is it okay?
Professor Mahapatra, I apologize for that. Now we will be having our poster session. Online posters will be displayed here. Participants will be presenting their work. All of you can observe their work, and then we will have the physical mode presentation, which will be there in the academic block. Our volunteers will
Is it okay, sir?
So online mode poster presentations, we have 6 presentations. Machikanti M. Chandrasekhar from BSUT Burla. Please share your poster.
Muchikanti ki dona andi.
Hello? Machikanti M. Chandrasekhar from BSUT Burla. Hello? Yeah, please share your poster and you can present it. Chandrasekhar, it is not visible. Please share your poster.
Okay, sir. Is it okay?
Hello? Subhankar Sahu is there? Hello? Pooja Mahapatra? Pooja Mahapatra? Hello? Hello? You can start your presentation. Pooja Mahapatra.
Hello. Hello.
Hello? Pooja Mahapatra.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please start. Make it in full screen mode and start.
So, good evening, everyone. So, I'm Pooja Mahapatra from BSUT Burla, and my topic today is exploring a novel nanocomposite, Emexin RGO hybrid nanofillers in enhanced PVDF pani conducting polymer for electrochemical devices. So basically, after going through the topic, the first thing that comes to our mind is why hybrid nanofillers are taken. So the main motive is how the size of fillers affects the properties of the composition due to the surface interaction with the matrix. It includes processes like adhesion, dispersion, particle motion, and bonding, etc. for sticking first to a surface. So here, first we went through the synthesis of emexin and RGO, where for emexin we went through exfoliation process where the max phase layer are separated, and then from the max phase emexin is prepared. At the same time, we are also preparing reduced graphene oxide from the graphene monomer. Then these two can be these two can be combined in situ method, or we can go for ex situ synthesis procedure. In case of nanofillers, there is very large surface to volume ratio, which increases the internuclear bonding like hydrogen bonding, van der Waals effect, hydrophobic effect, magnetism, etc. So, and here we are opting for combination of two nanofillers, mostly for electromagnetic interference shielding and electrochemical devices. Reduced graphene oxide has very good porosity, which is used to bind the amexin into it, where we can get the interaction of titanium, oxygen, and carbon. Then then comes to our mind why we are taking PVDF and pani, because generally both polymers are individually little bit breakable, whereas by combining these two it can form good sustainability, low weight loss, and increase in tensile strength and Young's modulus, diminishing the breaking of individual polymer at elongation. So we can also go for other nanomaterials for increasing the conductivity, like gold nanoparticles or silver nanoparticles. And here we also tried for silver nanolayers also. Here from the same images we can see that hello.
Yes, please continue.
Yes.
Here here from the same images we can see that uh, when we are taking for magazine or amexin, here we can get well defined flake edges on where there is no noticeable pitting or oxidation, as you can see in the picture A. Then in the picture B, we are taking the same images of magazine and RGO, where we can also see that the flake edges of amexin, which are induced with the layer structure of reduced graphene oxide, which are normally reduced graphene oxide shows some transparent behavior, as there are very few layers of graphene. Then in the image C, we can see silver nanowire bind to amexin and RGO. Generally, silver nanowire gives a pentagon structure. But here, after combining with amexin and RGO, there is some rupture in the structure. So, still we can see the pentagonal long structures. And then we're coming to the dielectric loss part. And the final product of by combining with individual polyaniline with polyaniline and the whole composite of silver nanowire, magazine, and reduced graphene oxide, we can see that the dielectric loss decreases. That is why we're taking the whole polymer combined with nanofillers. Somehow we hope to get a good conductive activity for using in supercapacitors and other electrochemical storage devices.
Hello? Hello? Pooja Mahapatra?
Yes, sir.
Yours is complete?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So any questions from the audience? So we have our evaluators also here. They can also have some questions. Any questions from the audience? Participants? Mandal sir? Dodla sir? Students? Okay, thanks. So next presentation is by Machikanti M. Chandrasekhar. Please share.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes.
Yep. One second. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Sir, am I audible?
Audible.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. I am
Sir,
Manufacturing-2023
sir,
Shekhar.
please wait, sir. 2 minutes, sir. Yes, sir. Continue, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Manchikandi M. Chandrasekhar, Research Scholar, Veer Surendra Sai University, Burla. My presentation is tamsulosin KSM. It is a precursor of the tamsulosin is a drug. Tamsulosin is a urinary tract infection and late urinating product. For this similar kind of products, APIs are there: sildenafil, uridosil, and alpha-zosin. There was a oldest route of tamsulosin key precursor manufacturing in a traditional route of palladium carbon and hydrogen gas. They have used for deproduction of the benzyl group. We have developed a nano size palladium carbon and without hydrogen gas, a route is developed. The previous route was with harsh conditions and more consumption of palladium carbon and hydrogen were used, and solvents are used non-greenery principle solvents and harsh reaction conditions, time taking more, and handling is also dangerous in the industrial product. We have developed 2% of nano size catalyst, noble catalyst palladium carbon with ammonium formate reaction. It's a short time monomer reaction, and we have used greenery solvents methanol. Greenery, we followed chemical green principles to obtain the 98% of the product. So this tamsulosin, recently its consumption is more because of the urinary problems, because of improper food takes. Food takes are taken in the people. So this is the crystal structure also we have studied. The various we have studied, and several conditions we have studied the same synthetic route with a different nano palladium carbon percentages, 5%, 10%, and 20%, and different temperature conditions, different timings. However, we have finalized the same route which we have now discussed, 2% of nano palladium carbon with imposed on carbon. So we have studied the product which is isolated in this route. We have characterized with NMR, mass, and elemental analysis, as well IR and HPLC also. HPLC we found 98% of the purity. Usually there is no impurity we found in this route. So and later we have tested the crystal structure and density function theory and a combination function theory and crystal studies. We optimized. This is the tamsulosin structure. Left side is the tamsulosin structure of crystal studies, and right side is the DFT studies, and homolumo studies we have searched, and where the red color are showing higher density, higher electron density is polar, and where the blue color is lower electron density is a non-polar. The difference between the homo and numo showing more gap, and now the product is the crystal is stable, and actually the repeated usage of the palladium nano size palladium using repeated coordination, repeated interaction of the intensity, the activity of the palladium carbon is coming down, and the cost also were more at the time. Now, as per the latest process, the cost of the product, this precursor of the tamsulosin has come down to 45,000 to 25,000 rupees. ultimately the final product of the tamsulosin, the cost has come down to 65,000 to 45,000. Now our intention is to reach the poor level people with this drug. Earlier the cost was very high to take a tablet. Now because of our process, the cost of the tablet has come down from 25 rupees to 10 rupees. In a combination of different drugs, it is now using, and tamsulosin also now is in capsule form also has come now. So my intention is to reach the lower level people and to eradicate the urinary problems by consuming of this product. And say alpha-josin, silodosin, tamsulosin, erodipil also there the product, and comparatively tamsulosin, the other products are more more have side effects, where the tamsulosin does not have any side effect. So in this regard, I want to confirm my process, my research work is a part of this one, and this intermediate KSM of this tamsulosin is very useful. So this I want to conclude this one.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for giving the opportunity for CIPET.
Thanks. Now, any questions from the participants, audience, or the evaluators? Okay. Yes, sir. Please.
What is the application of this structure? You have synthesis good structure for chemistry oriented, but this I want to know where this material is used, or maybe any special application for your material?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, the tamsulosin is a urinary product, as I told you earlier. Is a urinary problem, so application, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, one more is there.
Hi.
Hi, sir.
Actually, from your poster, as you have said that the synthesis of tamsulosin intermediate DFT and crystal structure, but as I can see from your poster, only you have shown your DFT. But what about the crystal structure? It is not clear from that actually poster. Would you please explain?
The left side is a crystal structure, sir. Left side is a structure. This
Left side crystal structure.
Yeah,
what
left
type
side.
of structure it has? Whenever you are saying crystal structure means there should be some crystallite or any type of, you can say crystal systems, classes. So it should be clear. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sir.
Thanks. Okay. So next, Gaurav Das.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah. Gaurav, within 5 minutes, you please try to complete.
So is it visible?
Yes, start.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, one and all.
Please make it in full screen mode.
Yes, sir. I have done it. Sir, I have done it. Is it full screen mode?
Okay.
Sir, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gaurav Das, and I am from IIT Patna. I am a project assistant there. So I'm going to present one research work of mine, which is termed as a surface modified biomass DNA and DNA nanoparticle hydrogel for bacterial annihilation. So in this strategy, we have developed a nanoparticle mediated hydrogel and their applicability to kill some bacterial pathogen, that is E. coli and S. aureus we have chosen here. And all this work has started from a greener source, which is onion DNA. So we have first, I have here pointed this methodology. So we have first extracted the onion DNA, and then we have pyrolized this to DNA nanoparticle. Then combining this biomass DNA along with this DNA NP, we have said it as nanoparticle, along with a cross linker, which is we have termed as double cross linker, which is glutyraldehyde having two CHO group on the either sides, we have performed to form a hydrogel. So this is DNA NP hydrogel. We have synthesized it. So after synthesizing it, we have checked the self-healing property and drug release property of this, and we were quite sure that this could be quite possible to carry forward to antibacterial activity. So we have loaded ampicillin drug inside it, and then we have formed an ampicillin loaded DNA nanoparticle hydrogel. So this hydrogel along with this DNA dot and this DNA nanoparticle hydrogel loaded with ampicillin has shown effectiveness in their pathogen clearance, either in APDT mode, that is combinatorial antibiotic photodynamic therapy, or biofilm inactivation. So here a few characteristics I have pointed out, that is DNA nanoparticle, which is quite fluorescent, that is blue fluorescence in nature, and it is quite visible in this fluorescent spectra that shows that emission maxima at 430 nanometer, followed by the FTIR spectra, which shows that the presence of the emerging presence of NH2 group on the surface, which has shown in this nanoparticle also, followed by the particle diameter, which is quite near 16 nanometer as shown from the TEM images, and then the amorphous nature, which has been cleared from powder XRD spectra. Then we have shown this nanoparticle hydrogel characterization of it. I have pointed out two only. FTIR, because FTIR is the only proof and major proof of forming the C double bond N, which is emerging in the hydrogel only, which was absent in the nanoparticle. And then the FESEM images, FESEM image has revealed that this hydrogel has highly porous matrix and prompted us to load it with some drugs. So we have loaded drugs, and then we have got this amazing result of drug release, which has gone up to 4 days. So this has made us to apply this to antibacterial activity. So this has self-healing property, as I have already discussed. The self-healing property it has shown because of its dangling NH2 group, because when we have cut this in between, there are the sheep base which have destructed, and they have formed NH2 and C double bonded O on the either side of it. So when we are joined this together and heat it up to 60 degree, and within 15 minutes we have seen that it has shown tremendous effort in self-healing. So after sustained drug release and self-healing, we have performed this antibacterial activity. So these have been performed by virtue of this ROS generation. So ROS, as we all know, the reactive oxygen species and DNA nanoparticle was present inside the DNA hydrogel. So DNA hydrogel was quite capable of producing these, and as we are quite clear that from this fluorescent spectra. So after that, we were quite sure that ROS are being generated from the hydrogel in presence of visible light. So we have performed this antibacterial activity in presence of this DNA hydrogel, DNA nanoparticle, solely ampicillin, and also in presence of DNA nanoparticle hydrogel loaded with ampicillin, as we have discussed. So we have performed against E. coli strain and against S. aureus strain. So as we can see, this DNA nanoparticle has reduced it up to 82% for the both strains, and it maximized it when we are incorporating ampicillin, a negligible amount of ampicillin, I must say, along with the DNA nanoparticle hydrogel, and its effectivity of reduction as the bar graph also cleared that effectivity for A. aureus goes up to 98%, and for E. coli it goes up to 97%. So it was quite effective for pathogen clearance when it comes to E. coli and A. aureus, followed by the excellent biofilm inhibition. Biofilm is in recent days it is a tremendous dangerous thing when it comes to medical sciences. So when the DNA nanoparticle alone was incorporated in this test tube along with the E. coli strain and S. aureus strain, then we can see that when we are increasing the concentration of DNA nanoparticles, then we can be quite assured that there will be no biofilm, almost no biofilm at the end when the concentration is up to 2 milligram per ml. And we got an excellent result in presence of E. coli, up to 76% reduction, and in presence of against S. aureus 82% biofilm inhibition result under visible light condition. And all these studies against the antibacterial activity was clear in the microscopic FEACM images, where it is clearly visible that E. coli was intact before the emergence of visible light mediated photodynamic therapy. And after the therapy, the E. coli, the bacterial cell walls got ruptured, as we can already predict from ROS generation and the effect of ampicillin. So the combined effect of ampicillin and ROS from DNA nanoparticle hydrogel has made this ruptured finally. So in conclusion, we can say this is a sustainable and non-toxic method or strategy to deal with this bacterial cell and emerging biofilm diseases. And finally, we can say that this hydrogel as a cell-filling material and as a drug carrier can also prompt us to do this research work to go through these further stages. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gaurav. Okay. So, any questions from the audience? Yeah. One of our evaluators is having one question. Sir, please.
Okay, sir.
Gaurav Das, can you tell me in the diffraction pattern what are the two peaks? Gaurav Das, I am audible. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah. I am asking about this peaks in the diffraction pattern.
Yes, sir.
What exactly it means?
Yes, sir. The first peak is around 29.5 degree, and the second peak around 40 degree. Basically, the DNA nanoparticle which we have got after this pyrolysis is almost near to carbon dot, not exactly carbon dot. This can be referred as polymer dot, as DNA is a biopolymer and keeping this support of a polymer system. So we got a polymer dot. So this polymer dot is not actually giving us a crystal structure, but not also a properly amorphous structure, but it is, we can say, not amorphous and not crystalline, in between somewhere. So this peaks 100 and 002 has given us the characteristics peak of polymer dot, which we have found in the literature.
Okay, my second question, what is the surface preparation you followed for SEM?
Oh, for bacterial study or for the hydrogel study?
For bacterial setting.
Oh, sir, for bacterial study, we actually first after getting the bacteria cultured, we have got the bacteria from there, and then we have incorporated that with the hydrogel or with the DNA dot, different biomaterials we have prepared. Then we have kept this for 6 hours in presence of glutaraldehyde on the mica sheet and to fix it completely. after fixing 6 hours and for 2 cases overnight, we in the morning we proceed further. That is CDL dehydration with graded alcohol, and we started from 15% up to 80% of alcohol, so that it was completely dried before we are going to some microscopy, because water is there means some errors will be there, dark images will be there. So that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hello. Thanks,
Yes,
Gaurav.
sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Any further questions? No. Okay. Next presentation is by Pritisha Barik. Pritisha, please try to restrict it within 5 minutes. Hello. Yeah, it's visible. Please start.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, please share the entire screen. Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Hello, Pritisha.
Hello.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, but please put it in full screen mode.
Ma'am, share this one for entire screen, ma'am. Please.
Sir, I'm already put it in
No.
the
You are
screen.
only sharing the screen only. You share again with entire screen, ma'am. नहीं. Slides से होबन सेटा करी जंदी से. ये होबन से तो माने होबनी. से गोटे स्क्रीन ना सेते में से होबन.
Hello.
Continue, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. I'm Pritisha Barik. Today I'm going to deliver a small talk about the liquid crystal polymer and its application. So basically, liquid crystal polymer are the polymer with the property of the liquid crystal and usually containing aromatic ring as the mesogen. So basically, mesogen is nothing but like a rod-like or plate-like repeat unit with a high length to width ratio. So, if we can say that, for example, if we take NaCl, its melting point is about 801 degrees Celsius, but when we give it about 799 degrees Celsius, it is not completely melt, but it's semi-melt. So, it is in a state of hazy state, which is also known as hazy liquid state. So, liquid crystal polymer are the polymers that exhibit property between the highly ordered solid crystalline materials and amorphous disordered liquid over a well-defined temperature range. So, in this poster, we can provide a clear informative overview about its structure aspect, its property, and some classification, and also its applications. So, for first, the strategy for the development of the LCB is totally means the simplest one is the cross-linking approach. A two-step cross-linking approach is considered the simplest and most popularly applied technique used to dictate alignment. So here, at first, we have to take a weakly cross-linked elastic network, and then it aligned due to the stretching of the polymer chain, which is mechanically against the entropy. The liquid phase of the liquid, sorry, the phase of the liquid crystal is again locked in the backbone conformation via the cross-linking stage. Then a slow and fast cross-linking procedure for the polysiloxane based LCP was developed. So here the LCP monomer illustrate both the hydrophilic and hydrophobic region, a flexible linker region and mesogen. So the mechanism behind the shape change in crystal in liquid crystal polymer is usually depends upon the direction of the alignment and the related phase transition, such as isotropic, then nematic, then symmetric, and the photo-induced type of another LCP containing azobenzene, which stabilize the trans-azobenzene mesogen to unstable band cis isomer by using UV radiation, leading to the decrease in the order parameter. After that, the shrinkage of volume on the surface of film affect the bending behavior. So the shape change of the liquid crystal polymer triggered by the two things. First one is the thermal responsive liquid crystal polymer. Second one is the photoresponsive liquid crystal polymer. So, so the properties of the LPC is the structure of an anisotropic liquid crystal is intermediate somewhere in between the disordered liquid and the crystalline solid state. In the state of liquid crystal, the presence of the group in the regular order of the rigid part is though is uh, is enough to provide some of the solid-like properties to the plastic material. Somehow, the force of attraction between the aligned molecules is not sufficiently strong to restrict the mobility of the crystalline domain. So, if we crystalline domain, so in crystal liquid pol- sorry, liquid polymer crystal, the liquid phase is in isotropic and the crystalline phase is in the anisotropic nature. So it has some of the excellent chemical resistance. Means this is basically resistant to the hydrolysis, some weak acid base, some alcohol, and some other chemicals which usually cause stress crack in most of the plastics. And it has some high mechanical strength at high temperature because it has some dense packaging of the polymer molecules within the liquid crystal phase. It has some less orderly than a regular solid crystal. It has inherent flame retardancy because when we expose this to the high flame temperature, the fully aromatic polymer form a carbon char layer which retards the development of the flammable gases. It has some weatherability, excellent ferroelectric property, and also it is exceptionally inert to the high temperature and stress. So some of the applications of the liquid crystal polymer are in the biological system, because some of the cell organelles and the tissue are that we found in the 3D three-dimensional structural architecture, which are closely with the liquid crystal with their definite
Hello,
symmetries and
Pritisa.
okay sir.
Please
Hello.
try to conclude within 1 minute.
Okay, sir. Then it has some biosensor. It has some biosensor application, and then it also used in the biomedical and medical application. Like if we in the surgery, we can replace it with the stainless steel materials. It is used for the development of the medical devices due to its restricted to the steam autoclaving and some chemical sterilization, and also it resistant to the gamma radiation. Also it can be used in the automobile industries and for the processing of the textile materials. So basically we can say that because of its excellent thermal, mechanical, and barrier property, it can used as an excellent material for different areas. It can also be used for the packing materials because of its excellent barrier property. So researchers throughout the globe emphasize the need to modify it, this kind of the materials for the application in the biological field. Thank you.
Thanks, Pritisa. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Hello. Hello. Are you hearing?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, yes, sir. Hello?
My first question is, why it is called liquid crystal?
Because, sir, it is in the because it contains both the liquid property and the solid property. Means it has disordered liquid property and the solid crystalline property. Ordered solid crystalline property.
ना ठीक है, but आंसर तो ठीक हुआ नहीं, because crystallinity developed only at the liquid stage. That's why it is called liquid crystalline polymer, right? Next question. Two types of liquid crystals are there. You know it, na? One is the thermotropic, another is the lyotropic. Can you tell me the two unique properties for the thermotropic liquid crystalline polymer? Unique properties of thermotropic liquid crystalline polymer, along with the example.
Hello?
Unique properties. Can you tell me two unique properties for thermotropic liquid crystalline polymer? You have heard the thermotropic liquid crystalline polymer? There are two types, na? Only one is the thermotropic, another is the lyotropic.
So thermotropic is basically the mesomeric phase, right?
No, that is true, but that I want to know that unique properties, that material have some unique properties. That's why its application is very specialized area. It is called.
So it can be used for the storage materials.
No, I am not asking the application. I am asking the unique properties. Unique properties of this material. Can you tell me the melting point of this material, liquid crystalline material? Have you any idea? Okay. Anything, sir? Can you ask?
Yeah, one small thing. Pritisha, just want to know that liquid crystal, do you perform any test to identify whether it is a isotropic or anisotropic? You are concluding, right? It's an anisotropic. Did you perform any test on that?
No, sir. It is basically a general idea about it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so thank you.
Thanks, Pritisa. So next, Sudhanshu Kumar.
Hello, sir. I'm audible?
Yes. Please try to finish within 5 minutes. Please don't delay.
Yes, sir. Sir, is my screen showing?
Yes. Make it in full screen mode.
Sir, is it in full screen mode?
Fine.
Okay, sir. So, good afternoon, everyone else. Myself, Sudhanshu Kumar from CIPET, Ahmedabad, currently pursuing BE from there. Today my topic is elastomeric composite, and I've done mechanical, thermal and morphological tests on that. So today I've done this research for reducing the use of carbon black, because carbon black production is very hazardous for the environment, and carbon black used for the materials because it has it will increase the melting temperature of the materials. So I have used nano clay in I have reduced the content of carbon black and incorporated nano clay in our material. The material I used is styrene butadiene rubber of grade 1520, which contains 23% of styrene. So I have done nothing. I have taken the SBR material and the nano clay, which is of MT20A, and I have taken carbon black of grade N330, and other additives, as you can see here, which is paraffin oil, ZNO, stearic acid, sulfur. These are the basic additives used for this SBR, styrene butadiene rubber. So specimen preparation is very simple. I have used a two-roll mill machine, which is of 300 mm, 170 mm diameter length and width. So I have incorporated nanoclay before the carbon black and run through the rollers 3-4 times, and the gap between the rollers is less than 1 mm, and then we add the activators, filler accelerators to the compounding, and after compounding is ready, I have incorporated in the compression molding machine, and the machine temperature is 150 degrees Celsius, and then I have done the test for the same. I have done the test like morphological property. I have done the same analysis. For thermal, I have done thermogravity analysis and thermal aging studies. And for mechanical properties, I have done tensile and elongation at break, tear strength, hardness, and compression strength. As you can see here, this is the composition of my project. This first composition contains no carbon black and nanoclay. N stands for nanoclay, C stands for carbon black. And as we are proceeding further, the composition changes. As here you can see, C10 shows for carbon black 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%. Then we incorporated nanoclay 3%, 5%, 7%, 10%, 12%. We used 20% carbon black because the properties we are getting best is in the composition of 20%, because above 20% we use carbon black, there is an agglomeration of fillers, and due to that the properties decreases. So we proceed further. Sorry. So we conclude the results. Mechanical properties. When we see the mechanical properties, the 20% carbon, let me zoom it. The 20% carbon black and the 5% nanoclay. It has the maximum tensile strength and elongation at break and hardness, and also the tear strength. So we take in concern about this composition. And when we check the compression set of SBR nanocomposites, we can see that for the composition SBR N5 to C20, it is the least compression set. So as we can see in the mechanical test that 20% carbon black and 5% nanoclay has the better properties for the mechanical strength properties. And as we can see the phase morphology of test, we have taken 2 tests. I cannot mention every test because of less space. So I mentioned 2 major tests, major composition. First is 5% nanoclay and 20% carbon black, and second is 12% nanoclay and 20% carbon black. As you can see, the surface is nearly same, but the surface of nanoclay 5% and carbon black 20% is so smooth. So we can say that the nanoclay also increases the surface smoothness. Sorry. Okay. The thermal analysis test, firstly we go to the thermogravity analysis. As we can see here, Ti stands for the decomposition temperature, and T50 stands for 50% degradation temperature. And you all know about the composition for nanoclay 5%, 20% carbon black. It has the highest Ti and highest T50. So from this thermal analysis of now we go to the thermal aging analysis. Thermal aging analysis is done after left it for 48 hours at 70 degrees Celsius, and after that we take tensile strength, TS strength at room temperature and 70 degrees Celsius 48 hours. So we can see the difference, and here you can also see the 5% nanoclay and 20% carbon black is now also good here. So we come to the conclusion that the composition is best for the 5% nanoclay and 20% carbon black, and it shows the excellent mechanical properties, morphological properties, and thermal properties. So these are the references here are taken. Thank you.
Hello. Thanks, Sudhanshu.
Yes.
Now, any questions?
Sudhamshu, one thing I want to know that crosshead speed you mentioned 500 mm per minute. It is very fast. Can you comment on that?
Sir, please can you
Crosshead
say it
speed
again?
you mentioned 500 mm per minute in tensile test.
Yes, sir.
That means 50 centimeters per second approximately. 50 centimeters per 60 seconds. So approximately 1
Sir,
centimeter per second. It's very fast. Can you comment on that?
Sir, as my mentor told me, for the testing of rubber materials, this crosshead speed is nominal. That's why I used 500 mm per minute. Sir.
What is the height of your specimen for the tensile test?
Sir, around 12.7.
Around
12.7.
5.7 mm.
12.7.
Okay, could you please, you can check it one more time. Yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Sudhanshu, one more question I am asking. You are using nano clay and as well as you are using carbon black. So what is the role of nano clay and what type of nano clay you are using here? And what is the role of both? Means nano clay as well as your carbon black. You are using N330, na? Carbon black grade? Hello?
Yes, sir.
You are using nano clay carbon black grade N330, right?
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
you
sir.
are using nano clay. What type of nano clay you are using? What is the name?
I'm using MMT20A.
Huh?
MMT20A, monochromite 20A.
Acha. So what is the role for nano clay here? And what is the role of the carbon black?
Sir, I just want to reduce the content use of carbon black because its production is hazardous. Lekin sir, I cannot reduce fully the carbon black from the material because I just want to study the incorporation when I incorporate nanoclay to the material, but what factors do it affect and which property do I get enhanced. That's why I said, sir, I didn't remove carbon black for the material.
Is
I just
there any
reduce the
particular
composition.
application? Is there any particular application for your material?
Yes,
Where?
my material can be used
You are
in the tire industries.
tire. Which portion? Tire.
Yes.
So many portion is there. Trade, sidewall. So many portion is there. So where you can use this material? Where?
Sir, for that I didn't go that deep. I just
You have to
figure
go
out
for
that
thorough
it can be
study
used in
because
the-
you are you have synthesized, na? SBR is a styrene butadiene rubber, na? SBR you are taking.
Yes,
You are
yes, sir.
using nano clay. You are using N330 grade carbon black. So that's why some special application you have. So based on that, you have got some mechanical properties, you have got some thermal properties, and you have tried to check for abrasion properties, abrasion resistance. Abrasion.
Sir, I didn't go for that. I didn't go for that test because there is some little time and due to some
Now that
difficulties,
property
I
is
didn't.
very important for tire. If you go for application for tire in trade portion, that is come in contact with the roadside because continuous undergoes friction with the roadside. So that's why
Yes.
some material loss will be there. So you have to check
Yes.
for abrasion properties also. Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Any other question from the audience? No? Okay, thank you.
Hello. Thanks, Sudhanshu, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So we are closing our online session and the session from Viswasariya Hall. Tea has been arranged in the first floor. Participants can take their tea, and in the first floor of academic section we are having the physical mode posters. All are requested to visit there, and in the ground floor there is one exhibition stalls. There are several industries who have participated and they are displaying their innovative products. All are requested to visit the stalls. That's all for today's. So tomorrow morning we will meet again at 9:30 a.m. Thank you all for joining.